Hi guys. Sorry, I had to do a million things before I can come on live because I came right home from a really nice birthday. It's a celebration we had for my cousin who passed away in April. She would have been 50 today. So her husband had a beautiful celebration for her at this new rooftop restaurant lounge that opened. And I rushed home to get here, so I am here. Can you all just let me know that the sound is okay because I was rushing. I want to make sure that I didn't screw anything up. Let me see here. Who's here? Oh, you guys are so sweet. Sunny, Kiki, Lee, Lily, Sweater Girl, Shelly, Madonna. I picked the book, Madonna. Oh, God, what's Kevin's name? Kevin, Legalized Mozzarella, and Gabagool Bashnik. Oh, God. Kevin, if you're not Italian, you cannot say Gabagool because it's Capigal. So what? That's all right. You know I love you. Who else? Just make sure I'm not missing. Hi, Steve. 3 souls. We got 3 souls. Kevin, leave Matthew Broderick out of this. Don't jinx it. And tomorrow we wake up and he's dead. Ferris Bueller we need Ferris Bueller, and Sarah Jessica Parker would not be happy. Hi, Ed. Oh, the migraine. Oh, I'm happy it's tonight then, Ed. Can't be with no migraines allowed. They are the worst. Did you know that a video game developer had to make it so you couldn't name your horse? Hi, Ika. Oh, hi, Mark. Thank you, Mark. We miss you, Mark. What did Kevin say? Kevin, legalized mozzarella and give a whole bishnik. No, I never knew that. That's funny. I know. Kevin has all the funny tidbits. Kevin and I outed Jodie Foster. I hope she doesn't know. Thank you, Madonna. I was hoping everybody could hear because I've been here talking for good. Hi, Anna. Hi, babe. I made it. I was at a family function and I said, okay, that's enough. Everybody, let's go. So most of them went to the casino. And I came home. Hi, Cemeteries Down Under. Yeah. Oh, through Blackburn. I'm so happy you're here. What is this? I am Avoid a Tripper, Gutter/666. Oh, whatever it is, I like the name. Happy you're here. Thank you for being here so late. Yeah, so all my cousins, they all went to the casino. And I said, nope, I got to go. Got to go be with my peeps. We have a new book that we're going to be starting. And I found the post that our favorite Kathleen from Blood and Marriage had done when she met Betty Broderick while she was at a jail doing her interviews with crazy Susan Atkins from the Manson family, which we can't make this stuff up. Hi, Jason. Where you? Oh wow, Jason. I love my Australians. I love Australia. Michael Hutchins, I started this channel, and you're all lovely. See, Kevin, everybody wants Capicola now and fresh mozzarella, so unless you brought enough for the class, you can't be doing that. You can't be talking about that. Hi, 71. Oh, and happy belated Thanksgiving, everyone. I hope everyone had a nice day, quiet, relax with your families, friends. It was very nice. Oh, thank you, Voidic. I love the name Gutter/. Thank you for dropping on. I do truly appreciate it. I love it. I love that. I love when new people stop by. We've been doing a lot of book reading lately. I am Voided. True crime book reading. I first did, just for the heck of it, Blood and Marriage, which is a book that was written with Chris Watts' mother. And the author and I ended up becoming very close. So we talk every day. She's lovely. And she sent me her new book, Murdoch, she wrote. Now, I don't know the Murdoch murders, right? So I that alone, I've got to catch up. But the book, Molson's reading the book, and he knows all about it. And he said it's phenomenal. So someday we'll get to that one. But it's pretty trippy. Like a lot of But she just said so many more people involved, so I can't commit to it yet because she did say it's pretty complicated. Joke for Rose. Ed, you know I love your jokes. Doctor gave his cancer patient 6 months to live. Turns out the guy couldn't afford his pills, so the doctor gave him damn right. The doctor gave him another 6 months, or until like we ain't going nowhere, buddy. And that is the truth. Oh, you can't pay your bill? Oh no. We can extend. We'll wait on that. Oh, you have kitties? 2 of them? Ghost and... Oh, I love it. Ghost and Casper. Oh. Let me just see here. Fix the lighting on my computer. It's awful bright. Or that's just me. Oh, God. I had water. All right. I dilute it. But the bartender was making really good pomegranate drinks for me. They were delicious with fresh cranberries in it. I mean, it was good stuff. And the food was excellent. The food was really good. Like huge shrimp, vodka sauce with pasta. We had a lot of good food. The tiramisu, which is my favorite dessert. And then I said a really nice, little story speech about my cousin, who was like my sister. I remember I told you about it when she had passed. So it was it was beautiful. And it was on, like I said, a new rooftop restaurant bar that's in my town. So definitely somewhere I'll go back to. Something the town needed, and it was packed. So I had a good time, but I had to get home. So when I was deciding what to do, tiramisu Kevin, listen, if you're going to talk mozzarella and gabagool, you better know what tiramisu is. Oh, they heard me say the cats' names. Oh, I love it. My cousin has the smartest cat ever. They're smart. They're too smart. I'm a little scared. Like I don't make eye contact because I feel like she's going to just like, she's going to know everything I've ever done. She might not like me. John! Betty. Betty. You know, she got a bad rap. The husband left her and things didn't go well. She just could not get over being dumped after she put him pretty much through law school. And, as she thought he would do, he did. He went with her, with his secretary. So she lost her mind and just decided to go into their home and take some lives. So, yeah. Kathleen, like I said, the author who we know from Blood and Marriage, had met her while standing in line at the prison where Kathleen was at the time doing her interviews with Susan Atkins for that other book. So it's just, Kathleen has the craziest stories, which I love all of them. But so that's how she met Betty. It was going to be a big book, and Betty got temperamental. I don't know, whatever Betty was feeling in jail. So it became like a really extended, like 8, 9, 10. Let me see. It's like 9.5 pages. They made it a post, but they called it Betty Broderick Telling on Myself. She got a little, I don't know what made her really that mad. When I read it, we'll see. But it's a rough story. It's an excellent Netflix documentary. Wow, they made it with Christian Slater and Amanda Beats, and they are both so damn good in it. I do love true. We all love true crime. No, I have never heard of that band, and this is also Dark Side of Fame music channel. So email me on that gutter slush. It's in the about section. My email. I'd like to hear about it. John, I'm so happy you're here. So what? All right. So first off, let's just talk about. So Betty at the time. Well, whatever the jail was. Maybe it'll say it as I read through the post. But it's whatever the jail is, and John might know. John, what jail is Susan Atkins in? And where has she been? It's whatever that jail is. See, Kathleen is from California, so and it was like 1991ish, when all this went down. But whatever the jail was, that Susan was at is where she met Betty. Found you for Coles is the best. Him and he found the craziest true crime story that we're gonna do either tomorrow or Monday. I thought last week he was confusing a jail, a video of Jodi Arias is in jail and she's singing and she wins like a prize, which is she wins dessert. But he's like, no, I'm watching something with somebody's name, Lindsay, and I'm like, I don't know that. And so then he sends it to me. And this is a story that I know everyone's going to love, because this woman's name is Lindsay, who strangled a grifter who she called her boyfriend. I'm not real sure if it was her boyfriend, just to watch him die. But then becomes like best friends with his mother while she's in jail. But she also is singing in jail. I don't know what's with these women singing in jail, which is insane, but Coolest found it, so him and I are going to we're gonna do a show on it this week. I don't know if he's sleeping now, but I had sent him the link earlier. Oh, you grew up with him. Oh, he's such a good guy. He really is. Oil field. What oil field? What's going on with oil? Figured you might have had enough with trains. I'm had enough with oil fields. Ugh. I've had enough. I can't. Like I've had enough. Seen enough. Yeah, good CW oil. Oh, okay. Well, if you're saying it's a good video to watch, we will. We'll check it out. Of course, we will, Kevin. We do enjoy your videos, but there's so many other bad things going on. I don't know about anybody else, but I am obsessed. Like, can't up all hours of the night, like on the Idaho murders. I'm obsessed. I can't figure it out. I just don't know. And I was gone. You know what? I've been out all night. For all I know, they found them. Is anyone following the murders of the University of Idaho students? Please tell me if there's anything new that happened within the past 6 hours. Because that one is very scary to me. I don't know. I don't like the stuff they're saying. It frightens the shit out of me. If she had a stalker, I don't like watching them at the food truck. It's all, I don't know about a lot of things with it. The Walmart incident, that freaked me out. Everything this week, it was like kind of one after the other. The Colorado, the LGBT club, that another nightmare. They just keep coming. I don't know. I don't know, like, what's going on with the holidays. I don't know. The world's upside down. People don't have money. They don't have jobs. They're losing their homes. It's pretty. We're going through some stuff. We're definitely going through some stuff. But the University of Idaho students, that right now has my total attention. Like the Delphi, of course, I'm definitely still with that. But the Idaho, I'm just probably because I'm scared that there's a madman on the loose. I'm obsessed with angiology and demonology, ancient forbidden and the future of how it's subconsciously affecting people and sheep. That sounds pretty cool. Gutter, I am a major fan of, and for a long time, Ed and Lorraine Warren. Fantastic. They were just the pioneers of all of that, and their son-in-law now has a show, and he kind of carries on the family business, making sure that every week a priest comes and blesses all of those horrible artifacts that they've collected. So, yeah, definitely email me. I'd like to hear about all that. Ed, okay, Ed. I think one was, well, Ed, I I'm going, so that's one route I'm going, that one of them was a target and the other three were collateral. I'm just not sure. So if the target was the girl that said she had a stalker, but she never went to the cops with it, and what a gorgeous girl. Or there was the boyfriend and the girlfriend, and they were like, he was part of some fraternity, and they had kicked somebody out in this past Saturday. They had did a video. They were like decorating at the fraternity. So I'm like, were they the target? I don't know. Like, I mean, the FBI doesn't even know what Dory came in yet. So, I mean, but when they say a lot of blood and they show you what they show you in the outside of the house and the blood, it just blew my mind. And I was in a panic, like, where's her dog? Where's the dog that lived there? So that's another thing that they were talking about today. The dog didn't bark. Why? The dog would have barked unless he knew someone. So then my thing is like, okay, so the girl that was saying she was stalked also had broken up with her boyfriend, but supposedly we're getting back together. But I don't know. That part leaves me a little wondering, why didn't the dog bark? And this was her dog and his dog that they got together. So he didn't hurt the dog because he now has the dog too. So, and her family is 100% on his side. They were going to get back together, never him. So there's very few people they've ruled out. Like, they ruled out the guy, the Uber driver, and somebody in the truck, the food truck video, but it's just still a lot. I don't know where to go. Can I pick what do you pick? Where you should get a chef or what, Kevin? Oh, Steve, it was great. Steve, drop your link with that one, with the paranormal in Gettysburg, because that freaked me out. Totally freaked me out. Anna, you're my legal expert. Just us. With the Idaho 4 murders, are you leaning more towards the girl the one had a stalker, or her ex-boyfriend who she broke up with because she said she needed space, or the angry fraternity guy who they kicked out of the fraternity that this girl and her boyfriend were at, and then the boyfriend, poor guy, didn't live in that apartment but slept there that night, and he became part of the collateral damage. Yeah, and I definitely would love your opinion if you do get into it. Let me know, because it's quite interesting. They said they collected over like 110, I don't know, pieces of evidence just within the house, because they said he was so sloppy. He's like a military serrated knife, and just stabbed the 4 of them, like just one in each of them, one right after the other. 2 of the girls were in their own rooms. Then the boyfriend and the girlfriend were in another rooms. And then there were 2 other roommates who survived. And this is the fishy part, that they heard noises, but because they thought it was just their roommates coming back with people to party, they just locked their bedroom doors and went to bed. And then the next day went in to wake like one of the roommates. And so, I mean, supposedly they're like, it's a bloody massacre, like every one of them. But they called 911. Someone called 911 and just said, one of the roommates is unconscious, sent for an ambulance. So I'm just confused. Like, so they're telling us like the amount of blood in each room was horrifying. And I'm just like a little confused. Like, okay, do you see that they're unconscious, or like, did you see any blood? They just gave out the names of I think giving out the names of the 2 survivors probably wasn't the smartest things, but they just did. The two girls, I guess, had gone and got tattoos with the initials of their before that were, that lost their lives. It's pitiful, just pitiful. Yeah, that's the weird part about the house too, Anna, and I think that's what the cop said is they're having a lot of, that a lot of the difficulty comes with the basement was really that was the house, and then they added on 2 more levels. So on that basement, there was a bedroom, and that's where the 2 that survived, that's where their bedrooms were. And so that's why they don't think that whoever this was went in the front door. They feel he went around to the back where there was like a sliding doors, and then there was 2, floor 2 and then floor 3, and like just kind of one after the other just went in. And they said they were all found in their beds, and that the girl, so the bed that had the girlfriend and the boyfriend in it, supposedly she was the only one. That's so far what they're saying. That the autopsy said she had defense wounds. So I don't know if he whoever the killer was stabbing her boyfriend first and maybe woke her up, and she tried to fight him off. But so far that's all. But the town is pretty. Moscow, Idaho is getting a little upset, only because the cops are very limited on what they're saying, because they feel he's somebody that was probably at the house before, at a party, knew the layout, knows them, feels he's younger, like their age younger, and that he is going to mess up like Google or do something stupid. So, who knows? But yeah, the house layout is odd, and the back of the house where the sliding door is, it's all wood. So it's a clear cut, like you'd be in and out. They just don't know how he didn't, like, there's no bloody footprints from him. So that scared the hell out of me. Hi, Exploring Ginger, honey. That kind of, that's odd. There was a bathroom upstairs on the I don't know if second and third floor. I don't know, but of course they were thoroughly going through every room, but they just said for all the blood, and because they're calling him they're calling him sloppy, and so that's why I don't know if they were saying, actually, did he clean up in the shower there? But like, I would think after you just sliced 4 people to death, like a shower would be the last thing. Oh, hi, AJ, honey. It's good to see you. Good. I'm good, and I'm happy you're here. So yeah, I'm obsessed with it. Not that I'm not, concerned about Delphi, but I don't know what the hell's going on there at all. And I don't know if they know what's going on, other than now I just feel like, okay, there's another person, and what the hell's going on. So this has been a busy week, but the Idaho 4 just has me kind of scared for these people who are like, and then they have to put out a post today because 2 girls were walking to their cars last night at 5ish, and noticed that a man was sitting in the front seat of her car and saw that the girls were walking to the car, and he got out and started chasing them, and they had to call the cops. They got a brief description of them, but it's literally like blocks away from where these people were murdered. So I don't know where they're at with that, but whoever it is ballsy. Like, if it's in any way related, he got out and was chasing them. So that's, I'm happy I'm not there, because they're all in a panic. Oh, I'm a boy. Thanks, Kevin. I see what you meant. That actually is my okay. Oh, hang on now. I am a Void Tripper. I just made you a mod so that you can drop your channel link if you don't mind. Oh, AJ, you had it. AJ, I gave you I don't know why I do this every time, but I don't know if it's because it's a different channel where I might have you as a mod. But if you have that new channel and you want to drop it, please do so, hon. And tell Rue I said hello. So here's the thing. Madonna, our lovely Madonna, we were talking about, just how rough the Coleman murders were. Like that was heavy on me. And I was like, when it was over, I was like, I'm done. I'm done with kids. And when I talked to Kathleen this week, who did Blood and Marriage, she did the Casey Anthony, Murdoch, and she's done with kids. She said, I won't ever write another book about the death of children. And I said, no, like, I can't, and when she's writing a book, she's 6 months hardcore. When she did Casey Anthony, she lived in Florida. She was there for 6 weeks. Same thing, like she goes in heavy. So that I can't even imagine, let alone me, reading to you guys. I know we do marathons, but it was a lot. So, okay, Cemetery, prepare that dinner. Thank you so much, and please come back again. I hope you will. So let me see. Shoot, now I forgot what the heck what I was saying. Because I saw prepare dinner, and I got home and I kind of had the munchies a little bit. That's what happens when you drink alcohol. I don't like alcohol, and those pomegranate drinks they were very festive. They looked very festive and pretty. Oh shoot, hang on. I hate this StreamYard chat. It freezes up all the damn time. So yes, now with the Kathleen and the kids, she said, because she listened to last week's when we finished it. She's like, I had to stop halfway through. She said, just as you were emotional, so it just brought me back to the, the girls, Belle and Celeste, and it brought her back to, little Kaylee. And she just said, I can't anymore, just for my own health. And I said, I get you. So this story that we're going to be reading, it's called Shattered now. So it's not necessarily the killing of children, but here's the thing nonetheless. So I don't want anybody to think any different. This man, who is pretty popular, I believe, I don't want to say the wrong thing. Let me just make sure, because he's well known. Like he was a football coach in Texas. Like they were like the golden couple. So his name was David Temple, and hers was Belinda Lucas. And they dated in college, and they were considered like the golden couple kind of thing. He was a talented football player. She was lovely, held her own, and was very athletic, and they just kind of were like a really good couple. So they both had majored in the same thing, kinesiology, and before they fell in love, Dave had his wild times, but Belinda was always kind of like the stable one. And he actually proposed. I don't know. He proposed to her on the field of combat and like a white knight kind of thing, which is a little corny. I'd be like, oh God, couldn't you do that with just me and you? We have to have a whole stadium of people here. But nonetheless, at the football game in front of parents in the world, he dropped on his knee, asked her to marry. So of course it was anybody that watched it just first of all thought he was like the greatest thing. Hey, FN, happy belated Thanksgiving. I'm happy you're here. Just talking about Shatter, the next book we're going to read. So yeah, everybody thought what a wonderful knight in shining armor he is. Look at that. Look what he's doing. So, and for all accounts and purposes, they said everything was great with them. Like people thought that they were just wonderful, great together, dedicated. They had a they had a little boy. Now at the time of her passing, I believe he was 3. Don't quote me yet. But in January of 99, David called 911, saying that he had just returned home and he found his wife, who was pregnant with their 8-month baby girl, who they were going to name Aaron, dead in the closet. Okay. He said someone shattered the glass on the back of the door, and that it looked like they had maybe a 12-gauge shotgun, and they pulled the trigger and shot her in the back of the head. Okay. Now, just like Coleman, early on, of course, police suspected it was him. They saw a lot of clues. It seemed kind of like a staged robbery. The pattern of the glass shards, it just didn't match up with the way it should have. Had what he told them, where he thought she was standing when she was shot from, like they said, nothing matched up, but they were just taking it all in. Just like Coleman, the detectives then also find out he's having an affair with an English teacher. How lovely. But they had nothing really concrete on him. He had an alibi, at the supposed time the murders occurred. He said he had taken his son, Ethan, that was the little 3-year-old, he is the little 3-year-old boy is named Ethan, to Home Depot and grocery shop, and there was a camera of him and Ethan at Home Depot. So for all intents and purposes, if you're going to go by whatever timeline he was saying, he did have an alibi. So let's think about this. So for 8 years after her murder, he went on with his life. And this is the part where I'm like, I have to read this book. Hi, Angel. So this is why I have to read this book. For 8 years after her murder, he went on with his life. But not only did he go on with his life, but he married the mistress. He married the mistress that he was cheating on his wife with. Okay? Heather. They married. New family. They were bringing up Evan together. Just like every Sunday in church together. Everything was great. Now, this happened in 99. 2004 rolls along. Now, we've come a long way with forensics. And David's charged with her murder. In 2007, I believe, and it was like 9 years after her murder, he had to go on trial, and they took him to, it was in Houston. He was represented, of course, by the finest that they could find for him. And also the prosecutor was ranked among the best. Her name was Kelly, I forget, Sigler. So the evidence was presented, bits and pieces of it. It formed a picture. And when the guilty verdict, it did come in, he was convicted and he was sentenced to life in prison. Okay, so that's 2007. Don't forget, it happened 1999. He's free until 2004 when forensics has advanced, and he is sentenced to life. So you think. He appeals it several times. He gets out. He gets out for a while. He's living his life. And then I don't want to say the exact years that he's brought back in for more, because of more evidence. Maybe 2016-ish. And once again, here we go, we're going to go on trial again. They set a pretty high bond, like I think $4 million. And I mean, he couldn't believe it because, of course, he truly did believe that, he got away with it. Got away with, just got away with it. Community loved him. Everybody knew him. No, just didn't see it coming. So his defense team, they were going back and forth with the evidence that was brought in. They brought in Belinda's friends, and it wasn't a happy, it wasn't as happy, just like Sherry Coleman's friends. It wasn't as, like, what you saw was not what you got. I mean, he ended up marrying the mistress, which is disgusting. They married in 2001. It literally happened in 99, and he married his mistress in 2001. So he's a real creep. So yeah, I'm right. 2016 was when he was convicted of his murder, of his wife's murder. Not once, but twice. Now it gets even better. What happens then is the defense team tried to discredit the residue. They said that they discovered the lab ventilation system was off, and the judge ruled in their favor, and the evidence was tossed out. Which is crazy. I know. But it's like this man, I don't know who he knew or how he had it on his side, but I was like, how many times is he appealing and how many times is he just getting out? To me, it made no sense. They negotiated then for a second trial, like another whole trial. 5 years after his conviction, another whole trial. They believed that they had heard Sanders confessing to being involved with the murder after, about Belinda, to which, of course, he was saying that was not true. But once again, here we go. Now we're into 2019. So let's now remember 2019 is going to take us real close to COVID, right? So his second trial, when it did begin in 2016, the 20 years after his wife's murder, he had been free for about 2.5 years until, in the midst of it all, I love this part, the mistress wife then filed for divorce, which I do love that part. Like, you're going back on trial, buddy, and by the way, I'd like a divorce, which was fantastic. Never found the murder weapon. That was another thing. Never found the murder weapon. The only thing they were able to determine was the shell that he used, which was a shell that was also used for hunting gear. He had his father testify. He had everybody. He would have had anybody and everybody testify. He couldn't recall anything because, of course, he's cocky. He'll do what he has to take. If he's to take the stand, he put his father on the stand. Like he's a dirty, he's a man that there's a place in hell for him. Sitting next to a few others that we've been reading on. They went over different times, and they just, by the third appeal, I mean, we're talking 3 appeals. Finally, there was just no doubt. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. The judge ruled as, David, you are a cold-blooded, diabolical killer, and you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Now, when he went to appeal that in 2021, that was the very last, and they were waiting then to sentence him. I have yet to find anywhere, though, it was, like, even if you look up now, David Temple, what is his sentence? It goes back to, like, 2021 that the judge ruled you're going to jail, you're a killer, you're going to spend, but it doesn't actually show the sentencing hearing because of COVID. There was the restriction. So if anybody could find anything beyond just the 2021 where it says, or 2020 when it says that we're waiting, to determine his his punishment, other than what the prosecutors were saying, just that he was a cold-blooded, diabolical killer that would be in jail forever. His family can visit him, and Belinda's family has to visit her in a grave, is how they ended it. So this book is gonna, like, 100% take us on a roller coaster ride. He's in jail. He's not, like, he's in and out of jail for years at a time, which boggles my mind. He couldn't. No, it was with something with the evidence. The devil. No, it was something with evidence, and someone coming out and saying, I heard him say he was going to kill his wife. So that's how that all got started again, Ed. But I cannot, like I said, I think it's 2021 when I look. David Temple, even if I look like right now, David Temple, sentencing. I just keep getting it. And it even says, like, the last date, it might have been May 12th, 2021. And this is still what you get. Is David still in jail? Jury deliberated for 8 hours in August of 2019, 20 years after her death. And Temple was found guilty of murdering his pregnant wife at their Katy home and was sentenced to life in prison. The jury, however, could not reach a unanimous decision on punishment after deliberating for 19 hours. After 3 days, Temple was sentenced to the Harris County Jail after the judge set his bond at $1 million. Temple remains in prison, despite the fact that many have been released due to the present low bond crisis that Kahan and Crime Stoppers are handling. So has he been sentenced? And it said he's been fighting the courts for 2 decades now over his murder convictions. Belinda, his wife, he says, was shot and died in their home with their pregnant with 8-month-old Aaron at the time. Delays have been caused by the pandemic, appeals, and a mistrial. The murders are regarded as Katy's most heinous crime. He was charged in 2004, like they said originally, after the thorough investigation. Found guilty 2007, released on bond 2016. Lost an appeal in 2019, despite being twice convicted guilty of his wife's 1999 murder after jurors notified the court that they were deadlocked. The defense attorneys contended that the judge misused his discretion by declaring a mistrial, putting Temple in peril twice over, and denying him the ability to have a single jury. The 14th Court of Appeals dismissed these appeals, effectively upholding the trial. He was retried in 2019 and found guilty. And once again, that's how they ended. The second round of punishment was supposed to start in March 20, however, postponed because of COVID. So, I mean, it's any article I go to, it's round and round in a circle. So, Kevin, is that? Let me see, Kevin. Hang on. If that is anything different, because I would appreciate to have anything else that just keeps sending me in the same circle of, okay, I get it, but where is he? Yeah, see, this was November 2021. I'm reading all the way up to May of 2022, where they're just still saying, yeah, he's getting it for life. He's in for life, but I don't even know what they're talking about with the jury not being able to rule on something. Oh, I printed out too for you guys. I printed it out because it's a bit confusing. He remains in jail. If he's convicted, he's in for life, or they can't, I don't know, but he's convicted. He's guilty. But there's still a $1 million bond, even though they knew. No, the article, when I look up what, David Temple sentenced, what is it? It takes me to the latest article, which is May of 2022, but it just keeps bringing me down to that last column, which is like, COVID's, held everything up. Well, where are we? Like, I still can't, I don't know. I still can't find it. I can't find November 23rd, I pulled out the whole appeal. I mean, right down to, once again, that damn last page. And let me just make sure, because I don't want to ever tell you guys anything that's not right with it, because this had me going in circles. All right, let me see. Okay. Hang on one second, guys. It's 15 pages long, but it's at the very end where it was the part I was kind of checking out. So basically, there's just saying that the appellant's contention that he has applied and reapplied, challenging the Constitution, claiming because the trial was just a scope of unidentifiable, residual doubt, punishment only trials are what they were granting him, which he didn't feel he was fair. The trial court can easily change its mind, reconsider its ruling, and admit evidence once appellant refers it at the punishment trial, which, okay, when is it? And then it's just like, we conclude that Perry does not provide support for the appellant's contention that his as-applied constitutional challenge is a cognizable claim on pretrial writ of habeas corpus. Accordingly, we overrule his second issue. We affirm the trial court's order denying his application for a pretrial, thank God, writ of habeas corpus in case number, and it gives the case number. And number 2, the trial court's habeas corpus judgment denying the requested relief in case number. So Justice Megan she put a firm, you're done, like you're done with. It's just getting to I really would like, I just need something really like as the latest. Like I would like a 2022 saying, okay, COVID, that issue's done, and here's where we are. And this man's never getting out, and he can't appeal anymore. And his mistress divorced him, which I do enjoy. I don't even know who has the little boy. Well, he was 3 at the time in 1999. Evan, I'm not sure. Probably his parents, because his father even went on the stand for him. I don't know, Kevin. This is another book. Maybe I should read it before I read it to you guys. Kevin said something about his teeth. Did he? Oh God, I hope not. Because all I've read is that he shot the back of her head. But I don't know. That could be. God, I hope not. But Jesus, stranger things have happened, right? Like, I hope not. I think he's like a big doofus look when you see him. Just really weird. Like, I don't know. But who knows? Yeah, the teeth. Wow. People are Googling his teeth? Kevin, does it say? I shouldn't laugh, but does it say why? Like, did he, like, I didn't see anywhere where he's staged anything other than that they were just saying the way that the glass was shot out, the shards of glass were not in the correct position, direction, and would know what I mean as to the way that he's saying she was shot. And really, in reality, I think he was behind her and just shot her in the back of the head. I'm trying to get a hold of her autopsy to read. And when I did finally get a members only thing together too, and I made it really cheap, but I would like to do these book clubs, the really rough ones. I would like to keep them private, members only. Believe me, I think I did $1.99. There's 3 levels. join up, guys. We're going to have fun. But some of them that I do read, I get some emails that I don't, you know me, I could care less. I know why I'm reading these, because we're here together and we're not here to hurt anyone and we're enjoying it. But I don't need anybody's blessing to read or not read a book. So, or to discuss how they feel or don't feel about an author I'm reading about. So yeah, I mean, that's why I did low level memberships, but I think I'm going to start going more with the memberships just for the book readings. Like the really high profile ones, because we enjoy our chats and we could say whatever we want in them. So I don't need anybody sending me emails then on chat. They were actually even commenting on some of my subs and our comments and books and how rough we are. And I'm like, God, who are you? Who are you? No, Ed. She was 8 months pregnant with Aaron. She was 8 months pregnant with Aaron, and Evan was 3, which is just this. Oh, you got to go to work. Okay. All right. Come back and email me at her, please, because I want to hear more. Thank you, Gutter. Good night. Get some rest. And let me just double check. I don't remember them saying he had children when he remarried, but I could be wrong, because I was just like, what is this book? And who are these horrible people? Like, just when you think Tara Lynch is horrible, it's like this one went and married the dirtball. What did I say that mistress's name was? Heather? Let me see here. Did David Temple and Heather Temple have children together? Oh, okay. David Temple, Kids and Family 5 Facts You Need to Know. Okay. So his son Evan was just 3 years old at the time of his mother's death and spent part of the day with his father. And when this was written, let me see when this article was written in 2020, Evan is now 24 at the time. Belinda was murdered in Katy, Texas on January 11th, 2019, and she was pregnant, 8 months pregnant, with the girl who the couple were naming Erin. But David was having an affair with Heather Scott, a teacher at the school he worked. After he spent 10 years in prison, conviction was overturned. His son, Evan, was just 3 and spent part of the day. Where is he? No, he's 24 at least, so he's on his own. And it doesn't look like Evan Temple, who was only 3 when his mother was murdered, remains close with his father's family. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, after David Temple and Belinda married, they moved close to his parents' house, and his parents were elated to have him home after his release. That's number 2. Number 3, David Temple's dad, Kenneth, testified in his son's defense at his trial. Number 4, David Temple's brothers, Darren and Kevin, checked every week for an update in their brother's case for 2 years. And number 5, investigators questioned David Temple about an argument with his wife over their unborn daughter, Erin. So it doesn't look like... FN, I can see on my channel, like when I go under it, I can see like I have an actual tab next to the community tab that says membership. Now, I don't know if it was Molson or somebody. They're like, I don't see it yet, but I just did it yesterday, and I still need to get my new license to give them. So I don't know if they have until I send them my ID license, and then they'll turn it on. But like, it's all like on my end of it, it's great. Like, it looks really good. I'm all excited. It's like perfect. And after the community tab, it's the membership tab. tells you the the different types, member only, just all different things about it. But I don't see, like, if I go to the about section, it doesn't have join. And when I go to my home page, I don't see yet, like, where you could, let's see. So if I look on my chat right now that we're chatting, is there anywhere here where it says I could join? Let me see. No. So I 100% probably think, and on Tuesday I have to go to the DMV. So if after Tuesday that's not fixed, I will make sure it's fixed. And then we can do that. Oh, you got it, Kevin. See, okay, so it is working. Thank you. You're a curious cat, Kevin. I always knew that about you. Thank you so much. Hi, coolest. Not seeing it on your screen, Ed. So Kevin said, all right, just go to Curious Robe YouTube and hit join. Okay. I left chat and looked around, didn't see anything. I'm using an iPhone. I don't know. Okay, so just Kevin said, just go to Curious Rose YouTube and hit join. Kevin, did you, by any chance, did you notice if it was on my homepage or if it's under like my community tab, maybe? Because when it describes it to you in the Creator Studio, it's like, oh, it'll be under your community tab. And I'm like, I don't ever remember any time I've joined a channel, it's not been that right. Wait, why don't you have it? Yeah, you do. Coolest. You have it. Are you on StreamYard right now? Because you are blue on my end. You're blue in the chat. Okay, so that might just be what it is then. When you're on a you might have to just go onto a computer. And Ed said, you're right, Kevin, it's on the homepage. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, coolest. You're blue. Maybe remember the other day, coolest, when I unsubscribed to you because I wasn't getting your notifications? Maybe that screwed. No, it wouldn't, because that's not StreamYard. No, you're blue though. Like, drop a link right now and tell me, just drop your link. Like, drop your channel link, because you are blue. Oh, you got a wrench. No, I thought you said you did. I'm like, what? And give me suggestions, guys, too, because I know what it, I know everybody does like memberships, but I really want to do real things. Like, let's have fun. Because if we're doing memberships and we can make them more intimate chats, more intimate discussions, maybe on things that we would not, we'd be maybe a little bit more cautious. I know I am when I talk about certain things. We can do private member, just private members only chats, which I think I'm really I would like to do that too. So, and then when I talk about some hardcore stuff, like I'm going to be doing Michael Hutchins, like Last Days and the suicide and all that. I know it's the holidays. I'd hate to trigger people. So, and plus I do, like, I get great, everybody's just like, thank you so much for reading. I love it. And then you'll just get one or two that are like, can you leave these dead people alone? It's like, God above, can't you just move on into another channel that's talking nonsense drama and let me just read to my people that love it? Kevin said, it's in blue. I don't know what others see when they get to your YouTube. Okay. Yeah, because I see it in blue, Kevin. I agree. I do see it in blue. Oh, I know. I'll go. Oh, shoot. No, I can't. Do I remember my dad's password? Not really. Maybe. Let me see. Geez, not that one. It's not. I don't see even a membership tab for his. Which is odd. Okay. Oh, cool. Boy Trevor was really nice. He had to go to bed, but he said you guys grew up together. He was really nice. Oh, thank you, Evan. Yes. And I did, not because I'm a beggar. I just said, I'm just letting you know that I did add a Cash App, a PayPal, and a Venmo, because they are not paying. They won't. I think I have like $60 some from the past 3 months. And I guess until they get my license, it's like it's being held up, and we pay so you don't get it till the next month. And I'm like, I'm not working. I need that money. And you bastards at YouTube take it all. You take our super chats. I don't know what they do with memberships. I have to do that. I have to look into that. But my channel is not big enough. I don't know. I never got into people's Patreons. I always liked memberships, and I always just kind of I if I'm a mod, I prefer what the creator usually says. Just drop my Cash App. It goes right to it. I'm not working. I'm like, I agree 100%. If I can get it right now, and I can, go out and buy some Christmas gifts, I'll take that before having to wait for them because they can screw you around, man. Yeah, and it's probably because you're on your phone. A lot of times that's where I run into problems. Even when I'm trying to create things in the studio, I have to go on to my laptop, and then everything's fine. Ed said at Madonna, go to Rose homepage, click the icon that says join. I know, which is weird that even on my own page it says a curious rose. I don't even have, maybe because it's my page. What the hell do I know? But YouTube, they're rough with holding money and making you wait. And then if you don't, you don't sign your paperwork or whatever, there are people that kind of are relying on even just tips or Venmos. Oh God, there's nothing worse than financial distress. I hate this. You guys are great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for just being here for me. I hope 2023 is going to be a wonderful year for all of us because we damn deserve it. Yeah, Ed, do that for me just so I could then even send that email to the YouTube Creator Studio just saying like, what's up with this? I have some members who can join and others who can't, and they all want to join. So YouTube, get it fixed, bees. So yeah, so Shattered, I think it's gonna be good, and it's not gonna put me over the edge because yes, she was pregnant, but we're not attached to it to a baby because I can't do it. Can't do it. We'll stick to more. The Idaho, definitely into that. Delphi, they were younger, but I am very interested in it all. Natalie Wood, with all the research that Kathleen did, I do want to do her story and her research on Natalie Wood's death because I know you guys will love it. I tried to pull up because there's 6 different autopsies. Kathleen did so much work and had them was a big part in having them change her cause of death, but I ran out of ink on my printer, so I'll do that sometime during this week when we meet. Oh, FN, it's on my about section, but let me put it in for you, my email. There it is. Thank you, guys. Let me just make sure Kathleen, no, she didn't text me. I had texted her because I'm like, I can't find those 6 different autopsy reports you found when you were doing your research and reenactment on Natalie Wood's death. I said, any ideas? But she's in Cali. After 11 at the time, she's probably in bed. But when I do talk to her tomorrow, I know she'll send me whatever she has. And we'll get the real deal. Like we'll get the really, it's rough stuff, but she did it. Yeah, Kevin, I agree. It's always with the iPhone that even when you're doing creator studio stuff, certain things you have to go onto the laptop to do it. So, I would say maybe that, it could be a glitch. Some are able to, some aren't. Also, Rose, if you click these 3 little vertical dots after you click join, these things are there. Learn more, report perks, gift settings. Okay. And after this, I think I'll go back into my creator studio and kind of just look. I had to put I had to put my payment method in, and then I still have to put my license in. So I don't know what they're doing with they're just, YouTube's known for holding up. They just love holding up people's money. But I do think that the issues I had 1 or 2 times was that I had to go over to my laptop, and then I was able to join. I think it was Cal. Actually, I think it was What's the Obsession, because I'm like Armada. I'm like, what the hell? Why can't I join? And she's like, what do you mean? And she said, oh, I don't know. She said, try your laptop, and I had no problem. So that could be all it is. It just might be that. Pain in the ass, these phones. We pay enough for the damn things. Should we doing what we wanted to do? Let me just read the chat before I read Kathleen's. They called her it's called Betty Broderick Telling on Myself, guest post by author Kathleen Hewtson. So let me just make sure that I did not miss any questions or anything before I start. Kevin, you're my first curious cat. You need to email me your address because I do have a giveaway. And we will do fun, like our memberships only, like Cards Against Humanity. I know it's rough, but we can do like fun games, totally politically incorrect because it's just us, and have fun. And have nobody then the next to be like, you're horrible that you're playing those card games and you're talking about like Tom Cruise and Scientology and, drowning his sorrows in a pool of children's tears. Yeah, I played that game with my boss as a Department of Military when we were on a trip once, and I was like, this is a horrible game. Like, where can I get it? It's so good. Okay, I think I'm caught up then. Wait, you know what? I'm looking right now. Let me look at Kelly's right now, and let me just see where hers says. Okay, because it doesn't say it on her main page to join. Community. So when you go to her community. I don't see it so far. But I'm not sure at what point she had made it, that. What the hell is that, Ed? I will definitely YouTube mail that PNG files. It's their system. Like, they created the system. Oh my God. See, this is what I mean by they make things difficult. Yeah, I'm under Kelly's like community tab. Let me see if I click on one of her shows, if there's a place. No, but hers, geez, she has like when she like her live chats. Okay, she can share, she can remix, she could stop ads. There's one for thanks where I don't know. It kind of looks like you can give maybe money. I'm not sure what that means. I don't, but to even let you start having members, you have to first put out in your community tab that you're doing it, which I hated. I thought it was corny, but that's the only way they'll even turn it on. I don't see Kelly's. Now the difference is too, and this is why I am going to email YouTube. When you go to Kelly's last page, the about links, one of them is become a member. I don't have that. I don't have that on my end, so I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly, FN. With the heavy stuff, I'd rather it's, we're here, we support each other, we know each other really well. We're not getting mad, we're not writing nasty emails the next day. People, some people just enjoy that. That's not what we're about here. FN, I was listening to One Life, and the caller said, let's make a contest. Whoever guesses the killer gets a free to that one ape shit. What the fuck? Who would think of that, though? Jesus almighty. Here's me giving Kevin a giveaway because it's my first curious cat. They're giving free gifts to figure out who the killer is? Oh, God. Oh, God. What's the world come to? Like these... I don't know. I don't know. Let's talk Betty. Let's get our minds. What's the... Oh, Kevin, you're going to get, what you're getting? Legalized mozzarella and gabagool from a true Sicilian. All right? It's going to come on ice. Enjoy. You don't live far from me. I'll get it on packed ice. No, you'll like it. It's a good gift. It's a good gift. It's a cool gift, actually. Oh, okay. You're using talk to text. Sorry. Cards. I just love games. I love Cards Against Humanity. The naughtier the better. Oh no, I could. You know what? Dad, hang on, because I can look on my phone on your email just to see. Okay, so there's my home page. Mm-hmm. I see it just. The hell? And then there's a membership page. See that? I will post that one just because I want to show people that it's there. But where? Where the frig? Thank you so much, because that helps. We just have to figure out a way, FN, to play. Like, how do we play Cards Against Humanity? Like, we're all home. Like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Oh, Ed said, you talking about games? A gal I work with played Pinfinas on the gallery at a bridal party. That's something. That's why I hate bridal showers and those stupid games. I am definitely, thank you, Kevin. I'm gonna just send both of those in because that's exactly what it should look like, and then but one is the right way, and then one is nothing. But you should be able to pull up that right after the community tag, the membership tab. So yeah, I'll send it to them. Maybe I'll hear from them by Christmas. Oh, there she is, my girl, Meg. OMG, Rose, I got you from I love you. Oh, it's 5. Oh, good. Meg, I'm just getting ready to also finish, and I'm just gonna do Michael's last days and get that over with.
So I'm going to ask you to help me mod that day too, because I know you love Michael Hutchins, and it's a rough one, and I really won't be looking at chat. So my email is under my about section if you don't mind sending me yours, and then I can give you, whether you're on WhatsApp or whatever, and we could talk, because I'll be saying some stuff, and I don't know if all of Australia will like what I'm saying, but I'm just going by the facts. Thank you, Meg. Thanks so much. Meg Healy, utter nutter. That's too funny. Meg was one of my first subs, and we bonded over Michael Hutchins. That's how, my Michael Hutchins subs are like, I put a video out, man, and their videos, they're die-hard, like, crying videos. Like, I cry for Michael every day. No, I love Michael, but there are women that are like, I cry for Michael every day. When he died, a part of me died. I was like, wow. Australia, I took it hard, but Australia, like, he was the man. And then you also have the ones that are just like, Polly H is the devil. my sub, John Smith, because he loves Michael Hutchins. He's like, women wanted to be with him, men wanted to be him, and then he'll put like, and Polly H sucks. But it was all a tragedy. But I know you love him like I do, so I definitely could, I would appreciate you helping that night, because I don't want to offend anybody, but I am going to tell the truth. Like I said, Tina Hutchins had sent me, 2 emails the first time I did his first one, and she's pretty bossy. And again, then when I was getting ready for this one, she had her Facebook administrator just asking me what I'm going to put in, and I thought, it's not really any of your business, but I'm only going to put the facts, and I love Michael, so don't be too worried. I think she's more worried, that I'm going to, I don't know, paint Paula in some beautiful light. I'm just going to say it how it is, but get some bossy people around. My daughter had a sleepover, and we played games where you creep around and hide at, oh God, and hide at night in the dark. Someone could be right in front of you, and you don't even, oh my God, oh, that would scare the shit out of me now. Not the same FN. It was not the same context. It was real shitty. No one has been shitty. No, we have a good chat. And here's the thing, Meg. When I did my first one, the administrator, when she asked me, what do you plan on saying about him? What do you plan on saying about his last 10 years of life? And what do you plan on saying about him and Paula? And I said, I'm sticking to facts, strictly facts. And I loved Michael. And then she emailed me back, and she said, thank you. Tina and the group, because Tina is the administrator of one of his Facebook groups, we will be watching. And then I did get a really lovely thank you kind of, email. But I just don't know if she's worried now with me doing the last days of his life, which were rough. But I am still not going to say anything about what the coroner said, which was just that, he did hang himself. I'm not going any other route. I'm not going any route where what Paula wants to say he did. It didn't happen. It blatantly didn't happen. So Tina will be happy with this one just as much as she will be with the first one. So there won't be any issues with that. So, and I do it. Michael Hutchins, anything I do on him with it in the back of my head, like, yeah, I don't care that I'm a little channel. Like, he has a daughter that could possibly just look at any possible documentary she sees on her dad. And so the last thing I'd ever do would write anything that could hurt Tiger Lily, who lost her entire family, Get a brain injury, he was depressed, he was addicted, and he was alone. So, and that is basically what that is the coroner's report, and that's what I'm like. I'm an RN, Tina. I can only go by facts and what the investigator's report said. So I think she was quite happy with that, because Paula wanted a full inquest, and they denied her that. So I don't know if she thought I was a Paula sympathizer, but I'm not. I just wanted the truth. That's all. I had no idea what Cards Against Humanity was and bought it. Oh my God. And bought it for one of my daughters at Christmas. Insisted we open it and play it with the family. I didn't notice it was. It is so funny though. Come on. It's so funny. I love that. I do love it. I'll play it anywhere with anyone. We just have to figure out some games that we could play while we're all over the world on this. We'll figure it out. I'll find some good ones. There is one that my cousin plays like with her family because she's here and her family is over right now. They're with the Peace Corps. They're over in like Chile, but like they do games. Like you could only say 3 words. I could say 3 words and you have to guess. You could do whether it's movies, books, actors, like whatever you pick. I'll give you 3 words and that's it. And you've got to guess. So that's a fun one to play. We can make it weird. We can make it weird. Oh, really, coolest? Oh, shoot. And I was just telling them about that collab that we were working on with Lindsay. So Mass Family doesn't want Lindsay to have a public voice. Well, there's no reason. It's fair use act. I would like to show her singing and Jodi Arias and just let them know that you too, as a female convict who thinks you could sing in jail for dessert. Oh, you agree? Yeah, Meg, that's 100%. I mean, they all love Michael. That's his sister. I get it. And I don't want to hurt any of them. Yeah, right, cool. And that's why, yeah, of course they're family. They don't want, I get it. Everybody, it's all a mess, but still, it's out there. Our little collab where we're going to show her singing and maybe talk about the fact that she then becomes best friends with the boy that she strangles just to watch him die. I mean, I don't really think we're going to set the world on fire just by our collab. There's you could look her up and find her all over, just like any other. Upside down, girl. You're not late. So don't worry. I'm not worried about it, coolest. We're not covering anybody's crimes. We always still stand for the victims. What's that, Kevin? It's an app that sends you to places around you when something might happen. When people find, that's scary. I don't like that. I don't like that, Kevin. And we're all over the world. No. Buddy system. Listen, Idaho has a killer on the loose. Buddy system wherever you live, please. And mace. I got to get mace. That is one thing I forget. And I'm like, shit, where do I get it? Can I just go online and get it? Like, do I go online or do I have to go like to an Army Navy shop? Well, I'm getting it. I'm definitely getting it. Oh, guys, wait, before I forget, after last week's, we were talking about a lot of stuff. I got a really great email. It's fantastic, actually. And his name, oh my God, what was it? Cubby. He said, I don't want to sound weird. And I'm like, okay, you already sound weird. But just wondering, if I pay you $1,000, will you dress as a furry? A furry. Are you kidding? No, I won't dress as a furry. That's first of all, that's just not my thing. And that's obviously your fetish. And $1,000 would not be enough. You want to give me $20,000? I'll dress as a furry. $1,000? No. Yeah. Yeah, it was a little weird, Ed. And so I didn't send anything back. And then like 2 days later, he sent it again as if like, oh, maybe she didn't get it. He's like, hey, it's Cubby. Just wanted to make sure you got that email and what your thoughts were on it. I guess they're like, we have a convention coming up. I'm like, oh, well, I don't. And he said it would really be such fun if we can get you in. Nope. No. And I just sent back, oh, you know what? I did get your first one. I'm sorry. I did not respond, but no, that's just not my forte. Enjoy. And that was it. And then I blocked him. And then I thought, get that goddamn mace, because I'll be the asshole that gets kidnapped, not killed. kidnapped, and for the rest of my life, I'm walking around some asshole's house as a furry. Like an ugly one, too. I'm sweating. So, no, Cubby, there will be no furry. There will be no furries in this girl's world. 1,000 just doesn't cut it. Yeah, I'm not working right now, but when I'll get back on my feet fast. I'm an RN. You'd have to give me more, a lot more, and the money first. You weird. That's just weird. I showed it to my dad, and my dad's so cute too. He's like, a blanket? Like what? No. My son's in the background. He goes, what? Who wants you to dress as a furry? I said, he's not a sub. I don't know. He's Cubby. He's like, sons, let me talk to him. I said, well, first of all, it's an email. No, you're not talking to him, but God, people will try anything. They'll effing try anything. Candace spray. Oh, downtown. Canada wash spray is good too. I just want something I could keep in my purse, my car, and just like my nightstand. Because Jesus Christ, you never know. You just don't know. Wait, what's this? Downtown. I'm so happy you're here. You went upside. I'm happy. Wait, that sounds like Randonati. The last summer before my daughter went away to college, we were all over the place every day. I did watch that app on YouTube like once. I don't know, but I felt the girl was she said something that I knew was not true with the Watts. She went to the Watts and then she's like, this wasn't here when I first came or something weird, and it was like in Bella's bedroom where you pulled the shades up and down. Whoever had been there last, like the shade handle was hanging out of her window. That had been there. It had been there for months. And she's like, when I was there, that was not like that. But when I developed the film, it was there. And I'm like, no, that's been there. And that's been there. It's been debunked. So I don't really watch the Random 9. And plus, I don't want to go to weird places and then end up alone and then the killer comes. Downtown, you have a lipstick too, but it's a little knife. I can't. I mean, if I have to get that close that I have to put a knife to somebody, nope. He'll end up getting it, and my face will be all sliced up. Mace will do it. Mace will definitely do it. And for some reason, I don't know why. And Kevin, you're in P. We're being taken over by effing coyotes. It sounded last night like they got some kind of an animal, and I don't know what, but something happened, definitely. And then today my son is like, oh, God, he said, geez, I didn't know it was so cold last night. The squirrel must have froze and died right on our steps. I said, what? And he said, yeah, a squirrel. He goes, he's frozen right at the bottom of the steps. I go, Nico, it was like 30 degrees last night. He's dead. He didn't freeze. He's like, what do you mean? I said, he's dead. Like he might have gotten into someone's garbage. Got bit by something. I don't know. I'm like, he's not frozen. That doesn't happen. And I said, and please just sweep him like away, like where we put our garbage. I don't need any. I don't need that. I don't want to see him dead. Oh God. So he did. He's like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, no, Nico, come on, have some common sense. Okay. When it gets in the 10-degree weathers, yeah, maybe you'll see an animal frozen. But no, squirrels are very hardy in this area. Downtown, any other secrets? They do have. I used to have it. So cute. It's like it looked like lip gloss, but it was mace. It was in a pink tube, and it was mace, and that was the Army Navy store. So I think I'll just do myself a favor and head there tomorrow. And I think everyone in Idaho, anyone listening, please do yourself a favor, buddy system, and get yourself some damn mace. Actually, anywhere and everywhere, because right now we're the whole country, we're a hot mess, and I'm scared for all of us. Hi Holly, happy belated Thanksgiving. I am sorry I didn't see you come in. Yeah, it's no damn wonder Americans won't. Ed, I'm just afraid about everything. I'm just afraid about everything. But I think the college one has really just done me in. Because I don't like the food truck, like that's literally 15 minutes of them. And it's hard, I would think, for the parents because the one is like more drunk than the other and she's like stumbling. There's like a weird dude in the back, and when he sees them leave, like he runs the other way fast. And I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it. I haven't watched it in a few hours, but I'm scared, and I don't blame the students who said no. Like we'll learn. We'll go. We're going home, and we'll do offsite learning. Yeah, I think that's probably your best bet. I know the college is giving them they can make the decision, but I would think at this time, with the amount of time that's gone by, the school needs to shut down. They need to shut it down and get shit together. We have a dead squirrel. Oh, do you really? Yeah, I didn't even want to see it. I think a cat got it. And that's what I said to Nico. I'm like, Nico, frozen, like, was he like frozen in time? Like, he's like split, like stiff? He's like, no, like he like, it almost, my son slept. He goes, it's like almost like he like laid down. Oh, I like just like said, oh, this is like a good, comfortable sidewalk. Yeah. And I'm like, that's not frozen. So just sweep it away. I said, either it got into somebody's garbage or whatever, but yeah, just sweep it away. And he did, but that's sons for you. Not always the brightest when it comes to some basic sense. Just not always the brightest. Wax on, wax on. I don't like any dead animals. I'm still mentally scarred from that asshole Barry Morphew bragging about the gun shells they found in his yard and laughing. He's like, "Ow, those are just the chipmunks I shoot when I'm whatever target practicing in my yard." Chipmunks, Barry? Barry, they can't find your wife. We're pretty sure you did it. We're positive you did it. But you're bragging, you're laughing, and you're bragging about the killing of the chipmunks. Who the F would kill one of the cutest goddamn animals of all time? Chipmunks. Other than Barry effing Morphew. That did me in. I think I was in a dark place for a few days with that. I was almost ready for like Save the Chipmunks, kind of. I was ready to get something going. Chipmunks. You're such a prize. Mark Klein, we need an investigation about all these dead squirrels. The problem is they're not afraid anymore. Like they come right up. If my dad's sitting on the porch, he's got the dogs, they're like, they're little, like they'll come up the steps, they'll check the dogs out. Like the one he'll stare at my dad, like, what do you got for me? They've just become so accustomed to either people, feeding them, or they just know the houses where they know right where the garbages are. And yeah, this squirrel was not here at my home to nap, and he was not frozen in time. But I do love my son for thinking that. I'm like, I love you, Nico. I wish I could think that, but no, I don't know. Either something fought with him. It could have been the coyotes because they were pretty loud, and we don't live in the woods. Or, could have gotten the garbage. What do we know? Okay, here goes. Crimes of the heart or passion to me maybe shouldn't have same punishment that a Sillers. I think it's different. I mean, they're all horrifying, but I just think I think the sentencing should most definitely be different. And also crimes of the heart or passion, like the premeditated versus the, thought out. I think that the thought out should pretty much have it just as hard as the serial killer. A crime of the heart, crime of passion that just kind of like you're just overtaken in the middle of fight. A little bit different, but like where we saw the Coleman, and where he started the year before with his shit. Watts, whenever he started thinking of whatever, they're doing it because they just want a better life. So, but this, I don't know if I don't know if it's a serial killer they said in Idaho. or, they're going between targeted to serial killer. They don't know where. They're all over the place. They finally, brought the FBI in, thankfully. Squirrels harass pets. Oh, do they really? I mean, I keep my dogs inside, but there's a lot of wandering cats at night, too, so something could have happened. Downtown. The former Brazilian beauty queen in Houston that ran over her husband. Oh, Jesus. Her husband with a Mercedes always bothered me because I don't think she meant to. She was just lost in her. Well, that's different. That's different. And so I know Betty Broderick, what she did was horrible, but I also too do believe that Betty Broderick lost her mind when he not only said I'm leaving you and then cut her off from everything, like where she's left, in a home with no furniture, nothing. I just do feel that she totally got lost in her craziness. Oh, Mark. Wait. Yeah, so the Brazilian beauty one, we'll have to definitely talk about that some night downtown, because that sounds pretty interesting. I mean, geez. I wonder how, did she run him over just once? Woo. But what? What was that? What the hell is that I ran over? Probably a deer. I'm not stopping. But nothing like an affair of the heart that leads to crimes of passion, which, like you said, some people get lost in their craziness because their world ends. Betty Broderick, it was over for her. She had nothing, no friends, no nothing. The kids were not, the kids were seeing her slipping into her whatever state she was in, and she wasn't seeing them. They kind of wanted to be more with the dad, so that's hard. Oh, downtown. She had a private eye following him, and he was with his lover at a hotel. And really, the PI shouldn't have told her where he was. She went, oh, see, yeah, why? Jesus, I mean, for the private eye investigator, it should have been next day. You meet with her, and you're like, okay, listen, I followed them last night. They were at a hotel, blah blah blah. Yeah, telling her right then and there. Oh, come on, that's ridiculous. That's a dumb PI. I'm sorry, but that's definitely. And where's that? Did we say a Brazilian? Oh, okay, it's Houston. Okay, I'll definitely have to look into that because that sounds wild. We have a lot of good things coming up to talk about, and the other one I do want to talk about. I don't know if anybody's following it. But as a trauma nurse, Molson called for me to get me Debbie Collier's autopsy. Who are they saying now? The one that they said the daughter, or they didn't know who lit her on fire and all that she killed herself. I need to read the autopsy. So he did call to get that for me. So we can go over that when I get it, because I'd like to see what they're saying. She inhaled lethal, blah blah blah. Well, yeah, if somebody set her on fire, of course she's gonna inhale it, but that doesn't mean she killed herself. So that was weird. I see her. So it's oh Meg, please. You and I could talk for days about it. Anybody that get in a depression, and then you're. A lot of times you don't want people to know you're depressed, so then you're putting on that fake smile, blah blah blah, and that's the best thing you could do when you're depressed. I always feel better when I'm down, is either coming on here or just calling a friend and talking, and then you kind of forget it. Cool, shut up. How you'll do yourself in an old man in your sleep. That okay? That's how you. That's it. That's the only way. You're doing yourself in. No other way. We're not allowing it. So don't go there. Don't ever go there. Ever. because we love you, and the world would not be as creative and wonderful as it is. You are always good to everybody, and we love you. So don't even think about it, because, well, we're just not going to let it happen. Sorry, not going to let it happen. Oh, hang on. I hate this YouTube glitcher. Yeah. Hi, Maggie. You're not going to burn yourself, coolest, and you're not going under a no. Oh, the burning bed. Come on, Ed. Tell me that was Sarah was, first of all, adore, but man, she rocked that role. Yeah, she did have every right. I mean, no, it's not legal to torture and beat someone. So, you're a woman can go crazy after so long and act out. Betty was emotional. Please. She was not only, yeah, she was gaslighted by all of them, all his friends, the trashy, just everything. And then turned the children pretty much against her. And once that happens as a mother, ugh, you're just, I don't know. I wouldn't even want, honestly, I really wouldn't even want to think, how I would even be able to handle the thought of having my son turn against me. Yeah, see, people, there's like no going back. There are certain cases, there's the point of no return. What's that? Downtown Don Broderick would deduct $100 from Betty's, oh my God, $9,000 a month, but also pay every time she used a cuss word around him and Linda. Oh, come on. It was okay that he was committing adultery, but God forbid Betty threw out an F-bomb. Watching that killed me. They did a really good job, but it was brutal. I was so sad for her. They were great in it. They were both great in it, but the gaslighting alone was like painful. So here's it's called, like I said, it's what Kathleen wrote when she met Betty. And it's called Betty Broderick Telling on Myself. And she wanted to do this, so, Kathleen was thrilled. Starts off, I first heard of Betty Broderick in a People magazine article in October of 1999, written at the time of her first trial that resulted in a hung jury. I was around 26 at the time, more or less Linda Broderick's age. That's one of her daughters, I believe. And almost a decade into a really bad marriage, and I had always been brought up with and believed in the concept of a no-fault divorce. For most of my childhood, I would lie in bed wishing that my own parents would get divorced and bring to an end my having to listen to their vicious and repetitive arguments. Please, Daddy, leave, I would tell them. You've got to get out of here for all of our sakes. For me, and this is Kathleen, marriage was a contract that held for as long as it worked, and then when it stopped working, you went off and did something else. When you bought a house, you didn't buy it for life. You might choose to live in it forever, but you might equally find a better one you would want to live in. No fault meant no fault, and any idea to the contrary threatened me personally. I too wanted a divorce one day, and I didn't want to spend days in court picking over my and my husband's misbehaviors. Most people aren't evil. We are just people, and we get things wrong. And sometimes we change what we want from life. So if your marriage doesn't work anymore, close it down with the least fuss from everyone. No, Kevin, I see our, I see our, I see her on StreamYard. Let me just double check on, hang on, let me double check. How would I check that? On Google. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I don't know how I check it on Google. How do you check if you have blocked? I mean, it wasn't done through StreamYard, and it's on my phone. So I just wait. Just give me 2 seconds, because Ara was just in here last week, and there was no problem seeing her. So that's a little weird. Okay, security. Mm-hmm. Password managers. I don't see blockages. People and sharing. Contacts. Blocked. I got a lot of those sex. Seeking the truth. Naked women. Rave. Some more. Dana Diddles. No, I don't. I'll have to go back and look in the live to see if maybe a moderator by mistake. I would still think it would have shown in my Google account, but even when I go under history, blocked accounts, star, naked fun, naked women, date tonight, no. Although Kelly's blocked from my channel and I've never blocked her. So, or if you don't mind emailing YouTube that you are blocked and just attach my link, because that's what Kelly had to do. You're not blocked on my Google account and you're not blocked on my YouTube settings. So that's what Kelly had to do. And they did it, no problem. Ooh, Maggie Han. I never understood how her husband was allowed to enact fines. I know that makes no sense. She should have a penalty on him for sleeping with the trash. Yeah, it's because, so what was he first? Was he first a doctor and then a lawyer? I even forget how it went with her. Yeah, now I don't see Ara in anywhere. I do too, Christy. I think a lot of people did see her coming out. I don't know. That one broke my heart. Okay, so getting back to Kathleen. All right. Most people aren't evil. We want to just get on with our lives. If your marriage doesn't work, close it down with the least fuss from everyone. There was the verdict of Betty's first trial, a hung jury. What? A hung jury? How could what Betty do be anything other than premeditated, is what they said. She bought a gun. She took shooting lessons. She stole the keys to Dan and Linda's house weeks before the shooting. She took a 40-minute drive to their house, broke in, climbed the stairs, and left. Then, in a final calculated act of premeditation, she pulled the telephone. Oh, I remember this part from the movie. She pulled the telephone from its socket to prevent Dan phoning for help that might have saved his life. That's rough. From reactions to the Betty trials and the off-the-chart ratings for Oprah Winfrey's interviews with her, I learned something else. There must be a lot of people out there just as angry as Betty. What were they on about? Marriage isn't a master-slave relationship. It isn't, come Kunta, I brought you and I'm taking you home now. Except for the verdict of the 2010 Parole Board, which gave Betty the max. Parole denied and no further hearing for 15 years. Oh, that was it for me with Betty until 20 years later when I married my second husband, who had an ex-wife who was just like Betty. She was even issuing us with death threats on a monthly basis, and I had a restraining order based on those death threats, even though she was still 5,000 miles away. I thought my husband might be interested in Until the 12th of Never. Not only is it one of the best true crime books I have ever read on a subject that I still feel passionately about, but my husband also had some psychological trauma to work through. He needed to be put back together, and I thought reading Until the 12th of Never might help. At least he wasn't dead yet, was what I thought. So I decided to read it to him before he went to sleep, and reliably about every half page he would explain, "Wow, that is just like her." And later, he would say, There must be a secret handbook for people all over working through this. In getting hold of a copy of Utah, I discovered that it was out of print and had been for many years. This is also an interesting story. Janet Reagan was the commissioning editor who persuaded an LA Times journalist, Bella Stumbo, to write Utah. Then Janet Reagan was forced to leave the book's original publisher because of a problem over O.J. Simpson's If I Did It that she had also commissioned. After she left, the publisher pulled all Janet Reagan's books, including Utah. Bella Stumbo died 10 years before I started making my investigations into the copyright situation with her book, but I did manage to track down her sister, who told me the rights were now owned by her daughter Bella. She put us into contact with her daughter, who said she would be happy to have us republish the book. The publisher had not issued any royalties for nearly a decade since it was withdrawn from publication. We contacted the publisher to make sure that all rights had reverted to Bella Stumbo's niece. Before we published Utah ourselves, we decided we needed some new material to make it more current. So we interviewed a couple of Dan Broderick's lawyer friends and asked a top graphologist to analyze Betty's handwriting, because my husband knew the graphologist well and had some great stories about his work and his prescience, not least the one about the girl who had shown him her boyfriend's handwriting. Get away from him now, the graphologist said. Whoever he is, never see him again. The girl did not take this advice, and a month later she was stabbed to death by her boyfriend after 27 blows from a knife. Jesus. Hi, Cecilia. Wow, I've never heard of a graphologist. That's interesting. As always with the Broderick case, questions still hung in the air. Who was really abusing whom? Was Dan systematically abusing Betty in his legalistic way? Was Betty constantly taunting Dan in drip, drip, drip provocations? And why was $16,000 a month in alimony and an oceanside property not enough for Betty? The graphologist answered these questions one way, but still I wasn't sure, so I decided to contact Betty to see if she had a book of her own, and she did. Let me just look for Maggie. Betty support. I know, that's what kills me. Betty supported Dan. Medical school. Then he wanted law school. And then it was bye-bye. And he left her for he left her. So Betty did have her own book and agreed to meet. At first we communicated by letter. Then I went to see her for the first time at the California Institute for Women in Chino, Corona. During our first meeting, I not only got to meet Betty, but also Joe Pesci, who was there visiting his ex-wife, Claudia Haro, who had taken out a contract on her next husband, a movie stuntman who managed to avoid at least some of the bullets, being fired in his direction, and he lived. Betty also tried to introduce me to Patricia Krenwinkel and Leslie Van Houten of the Manson family. Clearly, there was a whole killer royalty thing going on there, and Betty had made it into the royal mob. I had interviewed Susan Atkins of the Manson family at CIW several years earlier, and she was definitely treated like royalty in there. In fact, that is rather an understatement. She was treated more like an icon. Ugh. Like an icon. Ugh. Meeting Betty. Betty was charming during our first meeting and interested in having us publish her book. The prison was loud and smelly. Fellow inmates kept coming up to her to thank her for helping them learn English. I felt really sorry for her. She was very ladylike and has mesmerizingly beautiful eyes. From that meeting, Betty continued to show interest in her publishing her book, which was on handwriting sheets of paper, but somewhat elusive about actually signing a contract. We talked by phone, we communicated by letter, and time passed. I even considered writing a book about Betty myself. After all, I had met her and I had read every book about the case, and I knew San Diego very well. Hell, I had even been bundled aggressively out of the presence of Sheriff Billy Gore there for asking impertinent questions about his handling of the Rebecca Zahu murder case on Coronado Island of San Diego. However, at this point, I had just started writing what was to become a 5-volume series on Empress Alexandra Romanov of Russia, and I already had my time accounted for several years into the future. Ironically, it turns out that Empress Alexandra was a lot like Betty. As it happens, a close friend of mine is Anne Bremer, one of America's top criminal lawyers and legal analysts, the one who got Amanda Knox out of prison in Italy. We worked together on the Rebecca Zahu case. Would she be interested in representing Betty and getting her a new parole hearing? Anne said she would. So I went to see Betty again, this time accompanied by Anne. The meeting went great, and Anne gained a good impression of Betty, although we were both exhausted when we came in. Betty has a lot of energy. I handed Betty our publishing contract, which she signed. Anne said she would... Hang on, I tried to skip a page. Anne said she would send Betty a client agreement to enable her to represent her in parole proceedings, which in turn Betty never did sign. I also got to meet with Betty's trial lawyer, Jack Early, with whom we had dinner twice, once at his house with his wife and friends. He's a pretty laid-back guy and seemed more amused by Betty than anything else. Although he did warn me that Betty took some handling, I assured him that I had read Utan and I knew that. He gave me a kind of, if you say so, look. Betty sent us her handwritten manuscript with a mass of photos, and we proceeded to edit what was to become Betty Broderick, Telling on Myself, with Betty's choice of the title. She wanted us to use one photo as the cover. We insisted on using another. There were about 12 areas of the book where we felt that Betty could have been more forthcoming and which would have made that book much more interesting to readers. But Betty ignored our request over a 6-month period. We also sent her a copy of her daughter Kim's book, which has appeared under a couple different titles. Betty Broderick, My Mom, and Betty Broderick, The Mother, The Murderer, because we thought there were many allegations Kim made that she should be dressing. Still heard nothing. We promised to publish the book by April 2014, so I went to see Betty with Anne again in early January of that year to give her our edited version of the book, and for Anne to discuss with her once again the possibility of representing her. That was an awkward meeting. Betty really doesn't like lawyers, even Anne, who was absolutely sweet. Anne spent most of the meeting sitting there stunned, and we both came out utterly exhausted. In fact, Anne remained in a state of shell shock the entire day. It was as well that we were staying at the Mission Hotel in Riverside, the hotel that put the hotel in the Eagles Hotel, California. And yes, it has what it claims to be the oldest dated church bell in the world, and 7 Tiffany originals made by Louis Comfort Tiffany personally. We waited for Betty's recommendations for corrections, amendments, and additions to our book. Nothing ever came. Anne had seen Betty a day after she received the full edit, and Betty told her she liked what she had read so far. 2.5 months later, a day before the agreed latest publishing date, we put Betty Broderick, Telling on Myself, up on Amazon, sending her the first paperback copybook. I haven't had a lot of dealings with Betty since then. I know from people who correspond with Betty that she claims never to have read Betty Broderick, Telling on Myself. She claims she never signed a contract with us, and she claims she only sent us an outline from which she worked up an entire book. But that's just Betty. Or as Oprah Winfrey said during an interview with her, oh, Betty, Betty, Betty. Kathleen Hewtson, January 6, 2017. And then the back is just a picture of her the day she got married, and then a picture of herself, Betty Broderick, Telling on Myself. So I don't know what made her not. Kathleen has talked, and I have talked about it. Not want to do that. Hi, Jen. But she, for whatever reason, I don't know if she she was upset, to talk to Kathleen with pictures, or the fact that they wanted her to, discuss the daughter's books, read them, and then be more forthcoming. I think she had a problem with being more forthcoming, which with Kathleen agreed. Like the way Kathleen, when we talked about it, it was, how could anyone just not see I'm the victim? Like, what happened to me is a result of what my husband did to me. So I don't know if by writing the book, it spooked her that, like, they'll hate me. Which, I mean, I wouldn't. I honestly really thought, after watching just like I said, the Netflix documentary, it gave you just, like, you felt bad for her. It's just horrible. Everything was horrible. Like, the kids, when she drives, first of all, the one scene when she just drives through their front porch, through the door, like, you're watching this poor woman lose it, totally lose it. And he was just, I mean, let's be honest, Don was being a dick. He had his young new, and she knew the minute she's met the secretary too, she knew something was up. And then he just slowly started taking back credit cards, to the point where she was going to grocery stores and having no money then to buy the groceries, which is horrible. I mean, I feel that she just lost her mind one day and just got in the car and did what she did. Now, if I pull up that morning, I mean, it's a trigger warning, but it's, Kathleen and I had read it together. And if everybody doesn't mind, I would read it, that part, because it says a lot. And like we were just talking about, premeditated versus true insanity, not let's pretend you're crazy, like true insanity, like not like Lori Daybell's going on. She's going on trial because she's not crazy. She thought she was going to be crazy and played up, but no. But Betty, I really, in a lot of her answers too, you could just tell, like, the lights are on and no one's home. So, I don't. I hate guns, the whole thing, but I feel she would have probably been better institutionalized somewhere, served her time, had put her through some type of, like, pretty hardcore, therapy or whatever, and let her out, because, I mean, basically her kids were, like, just left then to fend for them. Everybody's gone. Life as he knew it was over. So that was a great movie, but man, I just felt like she was, even though the murderer, the victim as well. And because Christian played such a sleaze in it, it made you really then feel for her, right? Like, how could you not? I'm going to say the J. Just looking, I want to get the best one. Okay, oh yeah, this is a good one. First, let me just check the chat and grab myself my iced tea. Give me a second. Hang on, I'm going to read yours downtown. My husband's uncle in California in the 50s caught his wife and lover. Oh, wow. He caught them in bed. He shot and killed both of them. Yeah, temporary insanity. Yep. See? I don't know what's the hard part of decipher. Like, I just felt it was pretty cut and dry with Betty's. That was insanity. I mean, you watch when you watch that show, it's like gradual. The more and more he did to really fuck with her head, you saw her go crazier and trying to keep up with the whole, still dress and putting her makeup on, trying to go to lunch, at the club with the girls, and then doesn't even have a membership anymore. They all kind of like turn their backs on her, which is a disgrace. Okay. After an ugly divorce, Betty Broderick was bitter and broken. She exacted revenge on her husband, Dan Broderick, in a crime of passions that remains shocking to this day. It was shortly before dawn on November 5th, 1989, when Betty entered the San Diego home of her former husband, Dan Broderick, and shot him and his new wife as they lay screaming in their bed. The story became a lightning rod for jilted exes across America, especially when she described how her husband, who she financially supported through school, betrayed her for a younger woman. Some came to see Broderick as a spouse who got well-deserved revenge, while others deemed her as a ruthless killer. Betty supported her husband's studies at Harvard Law School by teaching elementary school. When he graduated, the couple moved to La Jolla and started a family. They married in 1969. Broderick stayed home with the 3 kids. A newly minted lawyer, Dan began earning more than $1 million per year at his firm. While the couple was now able to afford country club memberships, a Corvette, a boat, and ski condo, none of that would fix the cracks of their marriage. Broderick first became suspicious of her husband in '83 after he promoted his 22-year-old secretary. Since the former airline stewardess didn't have a degree or know how to type, Broderick suspected infidelity, and soon she was proven right. Feeling betrayed, Broderick burned her husband's clothes. I forgot this part. Broderick burned her husband's clothes and threw a stereo at him. While the couple began their divorce proceedings, Broderick claimed her husband made it impossible for her to find a lawyer to represent her. So she broke into his home, spray painted his bedroom, and smeared food all over the kitchen. In response, Dan Broderick filed a restraining order in 1984, which Broderick responded to by ramming her car into his front door. She was arrested with a knife on her person and held in a psychiatric care for 72 hours. The divorce finalized in '86, with Broderick taking the home and custody of their 3 children to a judge. He took my home. He took my kids. He took my money. It was the white-collar way of beating you. If he had hit me with a baseball bat, I could have shown people what he did and made him stop. Though she was given an allowance by him, Broderick claimed she had nothing to live on. But it was Dan and Linda Kolkina's '89 wedding that truly pushed her over the edge. Things were turbulent between the Brodericks, so much that Linda had ominously asked Dan to wear a bulletproof vest at their wedding. Oh, and that's always good. That's is almost as good as the newlywed quiz. We're going to have to ask you to wear a bulletproof vest. We're kind of concerned Betty might drop by. Could you even imagine? Wow. But Dan refused, as Betty had purchased a revolver, and they all knew. That fateful November day, Broderick used her daughter's keys to enter her husband's home. Her presence outside of her ex-husband's bedroom jolted the doomed couple awake immediately. Kolkina cried out for police, but Broderick fired 5 shots, 2 in Kolkina and 1 in her husband. As he struggled to reach for the phone, Broderick ripped it out of the wall and left him to die. She turned herself into police that day. During the trial in fall of 1990, Betty maintained that she only wanted to shoot herself in view of the couple, but was startled into firing the gun when Kolkina yelled out. She added that she fired unconsciously and testified that she was being covertly abused by her husband, who used money to control her. The prosecution found a taped phone call in which she uttered that she just wished Dan would die. Broderick was found guilty, and she was sentenced to 2 consecutive terms of 15 years life in prison. Betty Broderick now is in prison at the California Institution for Women in Chino, California. Her children were split on whether she should make parole when she went to her first hearing in 2010. She was denied, and her next hearing will be held in 2032. Her story has been immortalized many times, through most recently Dirty John on Netflix. When asked about her life in prison, Broderick claimed that it was good for her. "I live a lot happier than I did when I had all that money," she said. Wow. And that's all. So 2032, next year, she's up. That's crazy. She's up for, what is it? So, yes, so she was denied in 2010 for parole, and we'll next have her hearing in 2032. If his family goes, which I'm sure he'll have family members there and stuff, and right now, who knows where her kids stand on it. I wonder, could you imagine? She could possibly be out. Where are her children today? Let's see. In her 2015 own memoir, Betty explained, "This is not what I wanted for my family. I adore them. They were my priority, and I wanted so badly for them to just have a happy childhood." Oh, that makes me sad. In the 30 years since the murders, the couple's kids have grown up and married and even remained close. Based on her Facebook, Kim, Lee, and Rhett live near each other in Idaho. Oh God, they're in Idaho! Yet they are largely divided about their mother's fate. Kim testified at Betty's trials, highlighting her mother's erratic behavior post-divorce. Kim stated in the trial that Betty had told her in a phone call, "I wish you were never born, and I hate your guts." Betty allegedly also called Kim a traitor on more than one occasion. People spoke to her in 92 to what her mother would tell her in calls from jail. "If it weren't for you, Kim, I wouldn't be here." But I think she's handling it better now. Kim has denied requests from her mom to write a letter supporting her release. Wow. Kim also released a book in 2014 titled Betty Broderick, My Mom, The Kim Broderick Story, and opened up about how she and her siblings handled what had happened. Kim described visiting her mother in prison as the worst heartache and sorrow I could imagine. In the TV show, Kim's name is changed to Tracy. Her graduation is shown as a major point of contention for Betty, who was upset that Dan's new girlfriend was also in attendance. Lee Broderick, the second oldest child, also testified in court. Lee was the first person her mother called after firing the gun in Dan's home. Betty reportedly told Lee on the call, "The bitch is dead." Distractify News reports that Lee had a troubled relationship with her father. Dan reportedly amended his will before his death to exclude his second daughter from inheriting any of his fortune, though it reportedly was due to her problems in school and with drugs, not because of Lee's relationship with Betty. According to the LA Times, Dan's will stated his estate be divided equally among his other 3 children. Despite her role in the trial, Lee vouched for her mother's release in 2010. She said she missed her father, but told the board that her mom could live with her if released. "She should be able to live her life outside of these prison walls," she said, according to the San Diego Tribune. And then Daniel Jr. Broderick. At the same parole hearing in 2010, the eldest son said that his mother was still hung up on justifying what she did and shouldn't be released. Despite his feelings on the subject, Daniel and his siblings visit their mother for her birthday, for Mother's Day, and at least once in the summer. The conditions were set by Betty, who didn't want her children to come for Christmas or other big holidays. I didn't want for all their memories of those times to be of visiting mom in prison, she would say. Rep Broderick, the youngest of the four kids, learned about the death of his father and stepmother through a family friend. Oprah interviewed Rhett on her show after his mother's crime. I just remember thinking, wow, but I wasn't really surprised. On multiple occasions, my brother and I went to my dad and said to him that we wanted to live with my mom and that not having her kids was driving her crazy and that she could do something extremely irrational if she didn't have us. More than once during Rhett's childhood, he was sent to live with family relatives or in boot camps for troubled kids. I constantly felt like I was under the microscope, like everything I did, they were trying to blame on my parents' situation, he would tell Oprah. Like his sister Lee, Rhett also vouched for his mother's release from prison. On Oprah, he said, "She's a nice lady. Everyone here would like her if they spoke with her on any topic other than my dad. Keeping her in prison isn't really helping her. She's not a danger to society. The only two people she was a danger to are now dead." Wow, that's so sad. Where is she now? It says. Those kids, man, I don't know how you get over that trauma. I forgot about the Oprah interview. I'm gonna have to watch that. So when she was imprisoned, she was only 44. She's Oh my God, she's now 73. She's 73. That's crazy. It says, did Betty Broderick spend a lot of money? She was a very materialistic woman. She always was. When things would go wrong, she would spend. She was an alcoholic spender. I don't remember that. What was Broderick's worth at the time of his death? Let's see this. There are conflicting reports over what Dan's net worth actually was when he died. Los Angeles Times claimed in '89 that his estate was worth more than $60,000 when he died. Now, however, Net Worth Post estimates Dan's net worth to have been about $1.6 million. Yeah, that seems a little bit right, more clear to me. It looks terrible in the pictures too. It's very sad to see that. We'll see. 2023, right? You don't know. Dude made her crazy. Things have changed. I don't know. I don't know if his family, if anybody shows up with, the arguments, who knows? But what was it? Whatever son or daughter said it, like, the two people she wanted dead are dead. She's not a threat, but the husband, the husband not only was an adulterer, he drove her to such insanity. The mind games every day was just not constant mind games. Yeah, he was self-righteous. That's right. Oh, really? Downtown Mercedes women, I can't wait. That is the same way. Had a list. Ugh. Really? Oh, you did Google it, Angel? Cool. So yeah, these gaslighters. Sounds like she needs psychotherapy. Yeah, I know. Oh, that works. Edward and get that engagement ring back. Years ago, there was. Oh, I remember the Scarsdale diet because I have a friend who moved there. At that time, we were in grade school. There was a Scarsdale diet doctor and murder. I remember the woman that murdered him. She only did 12 years. I remember that. They really, I don't know if it, whatever, the day and age and time it was of Betty's, that they really made an example of her. Because, let me see, what year did we say again? 91. So in 91, what else do we have in 91? Did we have like the Lorena Bobbitt? Did we have Amy Joey Buttafuoco and Amy. What the hell's Amy's last name? We had a lot more where you were seeing like women murderers. Oh, Kevin, yes, she used to be. The Mercedes woman. She was a Brazilian beauty queen, and she had twins. He was from what did we say? Houston. And he was rotten to her, and she ran him over because she went crazy. Oh, really? Kevin, Mercedes got plastics on. They ruin their face too. They think, I don't know, if they think they'll get the man back. Yeah, Angel, I had never heard of a graphologist, but I think that's pretty interesting. And the fact that that graphologist told that woman, like, run now, and she did, and he killed her. Ugh. Jesus. No, she shouldn't have been. I mean, I do remember that part, though, at the end when she just rips the phone out of the wall, like, fuck you. You two are going to die. But, like, the kids were in the house. That was not good. The kids were in the house. That part was rough. But to me, I was just like, God, above the. When is enough, and when does the law step in and like just say, like, this woman still needs to live and buy food and you're taking every single. Oh, Amy Fisher, that's right, Amy, like, that's when that all started with the women. And I mean, I can't remember if Amy went to jail. I mean, Jesus. Years later, Mary Jo forgave her. I'm like, yeah, that wouldn't be me. And Joey Buttafuoco, ooh. Let me see. But that's a lunatic. Walk, knock, knock, and open the door. Shoot the woman in the face, and leave. Now you won't get you won't get caught. Perfect plan, Amy. Buttafuoco was a big ass. I mean, ew. I'm Italian, and I was very I was very Italian. I'm very upset for being Italian. It wasn't a good day for us because he was the epitome of a sleazeball with his white beater undershirts and his that hairy chest, and she just found him so sexy. Ugh, he was like a caveman. Then years later, when she went on to the interview, she switched it and said that he was older and he preyed on her. So she wanted to turn it around and not make herself look so bad and try to make it, he preyed on me and I was young. Well, but you had a gun, you loon. Jesus, like you had the gun and knocked on their door. So and Mary Jo Buttafuoco to this day, she had a stroke. Her left, I think, whatever side of her lip, like it droops. She doesn't talk right. Like, I don't know how Amy is out. Now that I think of it, I don't know how Amy is out. Because it was premeditated. Is it because she didn't die? Like me, I don't know what could possibly be something that is clearly okay. Initially charged with first-degree attempted murder, she eventually pleaded guilty to first-degree aggravated assault and served 7 years in prison. Paroled in 1999, Fisher became really? She became a writer, a webcam model. Oh, and here I'm perfect, and a pornographic actress. I'm how lovely. Who, you know what more? It's almost. I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see. But she is married now. Well, she was. Okay. I'm sorry. She was 2019. She divorced, but she is the mother. She is a mother of 3. Oh, that's an example. That's an example. And the only, I want to see if they're still married. Joey and Mary Jo divorced in 2003. 2 years later, he got married to Ivanka Franco. Over the years, Joey has made TV appearances, including Celebrity Boxing, The Howard Stern Show, and Judge Jeanine. According to his daughter, Joey is now turning over a new leaf. Oh, how nice. Aren't we so happy? We're so happy he's turning over a new leaf. And I'm so happy that Amy Fisher has to do porn. What an idiot. Instead of maybe going around and like telling your story and telling women like women don't ever stoop to my level. That's the problem downtown. Betty and she did, and that Kathleen said it, like she did not regret what she did. He drove her, like literally he drove me to it. He made me nuts. I had nothing. There, my cupboards were empty. So he, like, yeah, I don't know why she wasn't granted any type of insanity. I don't know. Prince Andrew doesn't sweat. Ed, you love that one. Prince Andrew doesn't sweat. Prince Andrew got in trouble this week because he was supposed to, he was somewhere he wasn't supposed to be, like some type of a royal outing. And I guess he got yelled at by Charlie. Better be careful. He's on his way out, says little Edward. Let me see what I missed here. Let me look up. His days are numbered. Andrew's days are numbered. And he knows it, and he's scared. Hang on, I'm just going back on my phone. I think for some people, life sentence worth it just to get revenge on the SOB who's causing them nothing but endless. I mean, if you watch that damn Dirty Betty, the Dirty John, Dirty Betty episode, she was sheer misery. Sheer misery. Years ago, yeah, I do. That's weird that I remember the scar still. Poor Betty. Oh, she's 75, born in 40s. God. She does come out next year, just like her life, best year is gone. Yeah, dude made her crazy, Angel. We all see it. Yeah, Jen, this was the series that they made. It was Amanda Peet and Christian Slater played Don and Betty Broderick, and they did a phenomenal job. So good. So good. The Jerk. I was just listening to the Jerky Boys. That's weird. I hope downtown in 2023, I hope Betty, I don't know. Being her age, I don't know, maybe she'll say, I'm sorry. Maybe. I'm not, we don't know for sure. But I would hate to see her die in jail. I really would. Oh yeah, upside down. Andrew's World Nuts, and not on a silver platter. Here you go. They're in the doggy bowl. Yeah, he got in trouble. I don't know what it was, but then they show him today on the riding one of the Queen's horses. Like, he shouldn't be allowed on her animals. They banned him. He's no longer to be in any pictures with any of her dogs. I'm like, oh my God, it just gets better every time. Oh God, watch Jen. My brother-in-law pulled Jesus Christ, pulled the Dirty John, and it was horrible. Sister-in-law, see that? Sister-in-law got nothing. Oh, you testified in court he was hiding his money, see? But she got nothing. Upside down. Andrew got his roll and let's hand it to him. I love that. Buddha, yeah, Buddha from all time. It's pretty rich coming from. Oh yeah, please. I'm not sure how long King Charles will be King Charles before he hands it over to William. I just know that William's dying to get in there to really tighten up who the royals are. They've already started, but I know, like, they've already put, like, Andrew, like, this is the basement part. This is your basement in the castle where you and Fergie live with the dogs. And you can't even be photographed with the dogs, you pig. My God. It's a messed up bunch. Come on. Downtown. I think it was Ivana Trump that said, don't get it. Oh, you know what? I would think that because she was one of the first, like, with the major, huge divorce. And she never spoke about it then, like, and either did Marla Maples. So I don't know, whatever he gives. I mean, it still wouldn't be enough for me to sleep with him, right? But I think they have enough on him that they're like, this is what you're going to give me, or blah, blah, blah. Because, his daughter just got married, although, and you did see, like, his daughter, and he was in the picture with Marla Maples, and it was a pretty lovely picture. Lovely. Oh, Kate's running everything upside down. Let's be clear on that. She's holding it together. Okay, she's doing it all. She's doing it all. And I think that's why Queen Elizabeth really took to her, was because she knew she was hardworking. She was a good mother. She wasn't, a priss. And Will still has trauma. Let's be honest. Will still has trauma. So, yeah, I think Kate was the perfect match. What's that? Jennifer said she just buried on the golf. Oh, God. Yeah, because she just died now. She fell, like, down steps, Ivana Trump. Like, it was a horrible death. A woman told me she knew another woman who was a good housekeeper. This second woman married 3 times and kept the house every flip. Oh, my God. I don't know how some people get certain things and then others are left like a Betty with not even a jar of peanut butter that they can afford. And then there's others that every time they're getting there. That makes no sense. Here, house number 1, 2, and 3. How? And then just you're making flip it, make a fortune, move on. I don't know how that's even legal. But yeah, his Trump's ex-wives, they don't mention him. His own wife doesn't even mention him. But I mean, you know what I mean. Yeah, Gathering Place. Betty's still in prison. She is up for parole next year. But if she doesn't say she's sorry and regrets it, she won't get out because that's her problem. She doesn't regret it. And even just bite the bullet and say you do and get the hell out. She does. Yeah, upside down. I mean, dopey. Yeah. I always felt that, like, Harry was more likable, especially just with the crowds, the normal people. But then again, he would have to have been a royal blood. Best thing he did was bold. Yeah, I didn't like the way he bolted, though. I just didn't like the way they treated him at his grandmother's funeral. I was, like, sad for him. I didn't like that. Yeah, downtown. Bob capitalized off that. We're going to rip it off. I'm going to save it. I'm going to get it put back on. And I am going to make a fortune. That was one of, like, the craziest ever. When you hear her, like, testify and, yeah, they put it on ice. Could you even... That's worse. Come on, guys. That's worse than me with the real black fingers that I put in the specimen cup for Halloween. Would be walking into the ER with, we got a dick. We got a dick. You'd be like, don't. The patient could hear you. No, we have his dick. Hurry up. We got to get him in. We got his dick on ice. We got a dick on ice. Dick on ice was put back in, like as if we were all nervous wreck. I was loving it. I'm like, oh God, to see what it turns out like. But I would have really liked to see that come in. We got to get this guy in the OR stat with his dick on ice. He yelled him nothing. Charles being his father is unlikely. Yeah. What they dick on ice? Yeah, I love it. Dick on ice is fantastic. And if I was like an EMT, like I'd play it up. Like I'd be loud in the ER, like coming through. Let's go. Stat. We got a dick on ice. We got a dick on ice here. Rosemary, come on now. That's abusive. You can't be calling the patients that. No, we've got his dick on ice. Get him in. I got those black fingers up in my office, and I got a dick on ice. What next, guys? What more do I need? A nipple? I got a nipple on ice. We got a nipple coming through. I can't remember what Bobbitt. I think he was. I don't know if he was I think he was abusive. I don't know if he was a cheater. Oh yeah, they threw it in a field, Jen. And better part. What is the search party like? We got a dick in a field. Come on. No, we don't have time. We don't have time to waste. The clock's ticking. We've got to find that dick in a field. And then the asshole that found it. I found it. Found the dick. I've helped retrieve a dildo, but nope, never. No. And I just wish I would have been a nurse in that OR. Yeah, she took. I mean, I don't know. I think it was like years of abuse. I do. I think that's what it was. I can't remember him. I don't remember him cheating. More so was I thought he was just abusive, and that's like her when she was in court. Who wants to win the scavenger hunt? Jen. We've got Rosemary. We've got black fingers in a specie cup. Yours for you. Find them, they're yours. We've got a dick on ice, but come on, we don't have much time on that one. We've got to get that one to the ER quick. So, ladies, come on, that one you got to find quick. And then whatever. Anything once you have crossed that line to you're in the ER as an EMT saying, I've got a, dick on ice. There's saying a nipple on ice. Okay. Like it's not the same. It's not the same to me. I thought the fingers were great. My doctors loved it. They all thought it was great. A dick on ice tops it all. And the fact that it was put back on and that asshole going on a show then to say that it works. Oh, because we care, Bobbitt. You perv, you pig, you beater, that it works. Thank God it works. Hopefully you reproduce. You're such a stellar man of society. We just hope it works. What did Kevin say? Hey, Jennifer, you can say you tripped and fell on it. Kevin, there's a lot I could do with that little fridge. I love a good scavenger hunt. Oh, that would be so damn good. I think Bobbitt porn. Oh, it was a weird. His porn was a weird name. It was. I like the throwing it in the I don't know. The throwing it in the field was that like? Could she have claimed insanity, or could she have been like, "Oh no, you're never gonna F with this D again," and that's why it's going in the field? But she had no idea that. You put that dick on ice and get them there quick enough, they're gonna reattach, and you're going to be on trial. Upside down in the bedroom, the quiet bedroom. John Bobbitt sleeps tonight in the kitchen, the quiet kitchen. Oh, Lorena gets a knife, a weenie whack. Oh my God, we make jokes. That poor woman is she's still probably in therapy. And he's probably triggered by I don't know, anything. Or not. upside down. I made my legs cross. I love it. I love it downtown. He deserved it. I'm sorry. Robert Scissordick. That's, I mean, they're wrinkly the way it is. So I'm sure the surgeon, reattached it as good as new. And then had them try to, they probably gave him some magazines, had him working, work it around. Let's make sure that everything's working. And it was. And then as he laid in his bed, probably high on medication, he was like, finally, I can get into what I really have always wanted to get into, D-rated porn. And divorce that bitch that cut it off. She wasn't even from this country. I feel like she was like almost like a hostage to him. And wait, guys, what was it? It was a knife. It wasn't scissors, right? It was a knife. Oh, I love Boogie Nights. Yes, downtown one. I think it was a big knife. I hope it was a big knife. I loved Boogie Nights. Great movie. Bobbit uncut. Ew. But it's perfect. Wait, I gotta look him up. Did he reproduce? Because then we know. Then we all could sleep better knowing, like, oh, thank God. Thank God that asshole could reproduce with his reattached penis. Let's see. John Wayne Bobbitt has already admitted he's a father. On Thursday, he made arrangements to help pay for the child's upbringing. Bobbitt agreed to pay child support to Beatrice Williams and their 2-year-old son, Andrew, whom Bobbitt fathered while he was dating Williams during separation from his wife, Lorena, in 1992. Okay, so, yeah, he has a son named Beatrice. Okay, a little weird, but his son, yeah. Did Lorena ever have children? It says Lorena has a daughter, and she once had to explain to her why she was famous. Yeah. Sit down, honey. Mom has something to talk about. Nothing major. And it's not with your dad. Oh God, I'm triggered, and I feel like I have their trauma. Bob, who does he deny he's the father of? Oh, no, he's the father. Oh, he was trying to deny at first that he was the father of that 2-year-old boy. But the DNA did come back showing it. Ha! And her name now is Lorena Gallo. And she has been with her partner for more than 20 years. They had their daughter in 2019. Their daughter was 13. So everybody moved on, right? Like everybody moved on. We got the sex people here. I'm talking about Bobbitt, and that's what happens. That's what happens. Yeah, Boogie Nights was Donnie Wahlberg, Heather Graham, who I love, Burt Reynolds, who was sleazy and fantastic in it. And I forget one other that I love. I forget her name. We were just talking about this too. Wait, who? I dated a guy who OD'd. Oh, no, you didn't. Don't even say that, downtown. Really? Jen, this is hang up my nursing degree. I draw the line at reattached wieners. That's the day I'm like, oh my God, I've arrived. I have arrived. Let's reattach this dick to this dick. I gotta time myself out. That was a good one. I took it hard. That is a good one. Who asked about, wait, did I answer that? Who asked about Boogie Nights? Because now I can't remember. Go Upside Down. If you asked me a question about it. It's been a while, though, since I watched it. Guys, did you guys please tell me on Netflix? You have to, if you haven't yet, please watch Killer Sally. Please watch it. So good, and we'll talk about it then. Sad, crazy. Sally is from Allentown, which is about an hour from me. It's like a documentary. It'll break your heart, but it's crazy. I'm telling you, you'll binge it. I binged it last weekend. It was so good. Downtown Wonder, Dick in a Box might be one of SNL's very best ever. They give you instructions. Like 1, 2. I mean, come on. You need if you're getting Dick for a gift, you need the instructions. Like, oh my God, what do I do first? Do I take the bow off? Yes, upside down. Killer Sally. She was a bodybuilder. She married a bodybuilder, and it just, I'll say no more, but it'll break your heart. You'll see. It'll break your heart. But Mia told me to watch, and I'm like, oh, all right, I will, because I've been into The Watcher lately on Netflix, which is it's scaring the shit out of me. So when I get too scared, I have to turn it off and go onto YouTube, where I'm then just horrified by all the shootings and killings. But when I put on Killer Sally, I was like, damn. And I watched the whole thing. Like, it wasn't long, like a couple hours, but it's something. I don't know, it'll break your heart, but it's fantastic. It's the craziest story. And I do remember her from the 80s and I remember her, Sally. And I kind of even remember Ray, who was her husband, that was also a wrestler. But man, does shit go bad. But when I saw she was from Allentown, I was like, wow, she's from where, that's near me. It's great. And like I said, I'm also watching The Watcher. So if anybody's looking for something creepy but good, really good storyline, but eerie, The Watcher, you got to do it. You got to do it. I do turn it off at night. So what? So I'm scared. I get freaked out a little now and then. Netflix does some really good ones, though, I must say. But I don't even know. I thought I posted on my community tab that, if not, I will, because it was really good. But like, luckily you'll be like, just hang in there, because there are sad parts. But by the end, it's like, yeah, good people deserve a second chance. It's kind of what I got out of it. So, you'll like it. You'll like it as a woman too. You'll see. I'm not the type. I'm seeing a lot of weird shit now. Like, I'm seeing a ton of creators, and I don't know if they're doing it for like the shock reason, but they're all like Kylie Rodney's boyfriend, right? Justice for Jagger. His name is Jagger. Like, that he wasn't there at the party. Just like they go to the opposite route. So like, they're female creators, but they don't, like me. Like, I'm more of, unless the woman's nuts, I'm all about like women supporting women. We got it. I'm seeing a lot lately, and I am waiting for this certain creator to talk about Killer Sally. I'm waiting for it. She will not be for Sally, just because women are for Sally. I know it's going to happen. I'm hoping it happens. In fact, I think I was pushing Molson to bring it up in this, because I don't go to this certain person's chat, but I'm like, bring it up. He's like, oh, I'm like, no, just do it. Let's see. And he's like, what's good? I know. I said, just do it. Killing Eve is good. Yeah. Like, I have to say, I really watch YouTube more than anything, but I have lately been doing more Netflix. Dead to Me with Christina Applegate. The new season came out. I'm crying through it. It's fantastic, but I'm crying through it because I just saw her last week accept her Hollywood Walk of Fame star, and she has a cane, and she like made the announcement because of her MS, that she this is it. She retired, and I was bawling. So I'm watching the final season of Dead to Me, which was one of my favorites on Netflix. But she put on 40 pounds when she got MS, and she has to use a cane now. So it's some, and I love her. I adore Christine Applegate. So I was a little heartbroken by it. I was. She's beautiful too, and she was putting on a ton of weight during the filming of the last season. She was sore with the walking, but she said the directors were so good they didn't change one scene. Like they just accommodated it for her. You'll see of course you will see in her face that she's gained that weight, but otherwise you really don't. And it's as funny as ever. But I cried when she got her star. Right. Yeah. Christina Applegate, from Married with Children. Yeah. She came out with it, to the public not long ago, maybe a few months ago, maybe. But this week, she had to accept, her star, and she showed her fingernails that she tried to polish, but because of her dexterity, they were a mess. So she spelled on them like fuck or fuck this or something, and showed it. And I'm like, that's right, girl, you're still badass. But it, just like Selma, the other actress, Selma Blair, has it. It's like, man, it really quickly ages you. And when I see Christine, I'm like, nope. I'm not. I'm just gonna forever think of her as who she is, because she's gorgeous. She's absolutely gorgeous. Seeing her with the cane was hard. Oh, you met her upside? I met her in front of Macy's in New York City. We were both, oh, she saw my bag and said, what did you get? Oh my God. Oh, she's so down to earth. Ugh, that hurts. Better when you hear they're not nice. Yeah, she is not good. Her hair, you'll see her hair in the show. That's a big sign. Like it's really frizzy, messy, but it's thinning, which is part of it. Oh, God bless. I thank God. We go through so much in life, and then you turn 50, and there you go. Here's your, or 51. Here's your star. You walk. Yep. But you're gonna have to retire, and here's your cane. It's like, I can't. So I'm doomed. Whatever the hell I watch, I'm doomed. Oh, really down to earth. Yeah, I just see her being like that. That was like, God, of our, like our time with like Married with Children. Christina Applegate she was an icon. She was a thing. Okay, she was a thing. Clothes, just everything. She was a, like Michelle Pfeiffer in Scarface. Christina Applegate in Married with Children was a whole movement. Everything about it. I don't even know if she's married. Kevin, Michael J. Fox, and he was just on, I want to say, this week. I don't know what it was for, what the award was for, and like Morgan Freeman was there and presented it, and he hugged him. Oh God, he looked like a child. First of all, like he looked little, and he was like, you could tell he was like, he was having his tremors, and he was hugging Morgan. I can't. My heart. I love Michael J. Fox, but I get a lot of anxiety when I watch him. Because I'm always like, oh God, please, like, last. Please don't leave this world. But Every time you see him, he looks like he's like 10 years older. Since what, mid-90s? What about who? What, Kevin? You said since what, mid-90s? You mean Christine Applegate, like with Married with Children? I'm not sure. Or Michael J. Fox. Michael J. Fox, I think, yeah, didn't he come out like in the early 90s with his? And his wife has like totally stuck by his side. Yeah. Hi, Frost Kiss. That's a cute name. Yeah, it was mid-90s, and I don't know if it was Barbara. I don't know if he just went on People magazine or if it was Barbara Walters, but man, I was crushed. No, we love him. That's Alex P. Keaton. He can't be sick. And then you just watched him, slowly get worse. And even now, they say like when he tries to time his meds so that if he has to do an interview, the meds kick in, but it's not working like it used to. He's like, even during interviews, he's pretty rough. But he's still doing his, he's still like anything with MS, and he's with Congress, like he's there for it all, and his wife is too. So like I do love them together. That's what you like. That's what you would want, hopefully. And they have kids. They made as beautiful a life as they could. He was pretty young, to be diagnosed, but who knows what, the fuck we have. I miss Robin Williams terribly, the most out of a lot of, like, he was just it. And there's another one, not knowing what he had, being told it's Parkinson's, and it's not. It's Lewy body, and it was like the worst case anyone ever saw. So his last months of life were hell, and he, was just the funniest. Like, I just could watch old shows of him on David Letterman, because Dave Letterman just cracks up with anything Robin does, because he's so fast and he's so good. But I miss him. I was sad when his wife did do that documentary and have the doctors explain it, because they said just the Lewy body and engulfed his entire brain, that they couldn't even understand how he was putting words together and making sentences. And he was, but they just said that part was almost a miracle he was able to do that. And he ended up killing himself. God bless him. But they never saw anything like it. And that was when Louis was kind of just new. Oh, really upside down? He was 16. He was a talented scenic. That's so young, though. Jesus. Frost Kenny made the genie come alive. He's just been in so much. Just so much. But his stand-up is like no other. Oh, I don't know, Kevin. Does he? Walt has it from Breaking Bad, has MS? Oh, I don't. Oh, God. Jesus. And MS is more, no, MD is male more than female, but MS, I guess, holds, doesn't matter. Night at the Museum, come on. Michael J. Fox was so good, but the last one was so bad. He was torturing the director, like calling him at 2 a.m. because he was losing his mind. Then he was calling him at 2 a.m. Am I okay? Am I doing it? Am I ruining this for you? Tell me, like, you have to tell me how bad do I look? And they're like, you're all right. Now they knew he wasn't all right. They didn't know what was wrong, and he was having trouble, and he was distant. But they're like, no, but like he was constantly calming. I'm going to ruin this movie for you. I know it. Like, the poor guy was such a prisoner in his own head. Total prisoner. Because that disease is ferocious. It comes fast and hard when they're young. But he was trying hard. Poor wife. Ugh. sleeping in separate beds. God bless them. Life on Pride. I'm trying to think of the one where him and Nathan Lane are in it together and they play a gay couple. Oh, I love that one. Oh, Christopher Reeve. That was the worst because he lingered. And I mean, okay, let's be honest. Damn, when he was like Superman, he was gorgeous, perfection. And then at the end, what he turned into, what a disease, like what a horrifying, brutal accident. And then his wife, who never smoked, gets lung cancer and died, and his kids became orphans like pretty quickly. Because I was like, oh my God, I'm not reading the paper anymore. Like, he dies, and then she gets lung cancer and never smoked, and she dies, and the kids are orphans. Like, Jesus almighty. But his was like, what a freak accident too. But they always say it's like one of the most dangerous. I don't even know if I don't know if I watched it, like his accident on TV, or if it was maybe taken off the air. It might be really hard to watch. Or I'd probably watch it. I'd probably watch it just because, but when he would sit in that wheelchair, and I couldn't. The tubes and just what a life. You're prison in that effing chair. I never saw a movie called The Survivors, and I like Walt. I like both of them. Yeah, the horse accident. Yeah, I never heard of that downtown. Is it like a comedy? The Survivors. I can't watch him in. Okay, so what's the one he's in with Matt Damon, where he's the teacher? Oh God, guys, help me. With Minnie Driver, Ben's in it. It's the one they wrote together and then got all the awards. What the hell is the name of it? Oh God, Jesus, come on, Rosemary. How could I? It's right on the tip of my tongue. With him and Ben Affleck wrote it, and then they got all the awards, and that's when they took off. And Robin was in it, and he was a teacher. He was like the teacher telling Matt Damon's role, like, like, how are you figuring out like all these math equations? Like, shit, what was the name of it? But I can't watch it because yes, Good Will Hunting. I can't watch it because he's like, I don't know, he's like a father in it figure, and he's nope, can't watch it. Can't even talk about it right now. That's a hard one. Okay, Kevin, that's a hard one. He's, I don't know. Birdcage. Yes. If you need it, it's a movie you just to laugh. Robin plays the best gay guy ever. I love him. Anything he does, but that movie is fabulous. See all the movies. That's why we love these people, because they bring us such happiness. And then I'm reading to you about Betty Broderick. Jesus, I'm sorry, guys. He's so morbid. Wait till I read. I have. Well, I'm going to get Natalie Woods. I'm going to get all 6 autopsies from Kathleen, because you guys are going to lose your mind. Yeah, Mork and Mindy. That's where it all started. That's where it all started. And we all fall in love with them. Nanu. Yep. Aww. Well, that makes me sad. It makes you realize how quick time's gone by. Yeah, I think next I'll talk to Kathleen tomorrow, and I want whatever research she has, because you guys will. She wrote the whole book, The Night My Husband Killed Me. I don't know two of them. Yes, Perfect Strangers was great. Kevin loved it. And then two others. The one was Natalie Wood, and the other was Nicole Simpson. But the Natalie Wood, she actually goes there. She goes on the boat. She reenacts. She's on, she goes on a buoy. She meets with the actual captain that was there with him. And that's how they got her death certificate changed from what Robert Wagner had it as. They got it changed. She was a big part of that. She was the one that went digging, and it was like, how are there 6 autopsies and none of them are the same? So I want to get all whatever she has. I'll have her send me the autopsy wise, because she went to like, she was nuts. She went to Hawaii, and Robert Wagner hid from her, which I love. I just love knowing that. She met with Natalie's sister Lana, but yeah, no, Robert Wagner was afraid of her. Like, I just love knowing that, because when you see the autopsies and all the old injuries, yeah, he was domestic abuse. He was violent. Yeah, Birdcage. Gosh, Dead Poet Society is another one. Nope, I can't do it, guys. I can't. Killing me here. That was a really good one. And that was his beauty. He could play the dumbest, like funniest, to Good Will Hunting, to Dead Poets Society. Like, he was just so well rounded, And then go on every talk show, like they all loved him. He would take over and just run with it. I might have to watch Birdcage soon, just because, for the hell of it. I kind of remember Perfect Strangers. Balky, I remember. Oh, he turned out to be a pervert. Well, of course. Why wouldn't he? There's always one of those. Why not? Right? Why not? That Arnie Hammer, like that good-looking actor, like that they're saying he was a cannibal, and he's being like, that just happened. He's a young, gorgeous actor who they're saying, like, they find out is a cannibal? Like, what? Hi, Sugar Bee. Did we wake you up, Sugar Bee? Or are we just getting up? I hope we didn't wake you up. We're talking about our next book, which we're going to do with Shattered. It is the David Temple murder on his wife, Belinda. And we're going to be talking about the death of Natalie Wood and the inconsistencies and all the autopsies that didn't match, and go over that. What else, guys? Oh, I have memberships we're working on now, because we're having some issues with some people have the join membership, some don't. But I'm probably going to do the book club as members only, because I don't know. I get every now and then weird emails, like, talking about, like, so-and-so in your chat said something, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to. I think I like our intimate club, book readings. Awakenings was, yeah. Wait, what was the name of the story where he played the doctor who treated and entertained? Oh, yeah, what was? Patch Adams. Oh, see? These are all movies, though, that'll make me, like, they all get to you. Like, they all go right to the heart. Right to his, every one of them. Every damn one of them. The only one I don't think I've ever watched, and it's like full, is Mrs. Doubtfire. Could have been really funny. It just wasn't my thing, but especially Good Will Hunting, that killed me. And I just miss him. I just totally miss him. Good night, Angel. Been playing City Skylines. Oh, I love it. Love you, Angel. I'll love you, Angel, and I'll see you again soon, honey. Oh, you're welcome. I love doing them upside down. Oh, a Downtown Wonder, the true story of Patch Adams. Oh, I didn't know it was Pat. I didn't know that was a true story. Jeez. I did not know that. I didn't know that. Yes, Angel, you better be back. Fit right in. I'm happy John at least got to say hello. Molson was probably already sleeping. Like I said, John probably, alone and passed out. Oh, Green Eye didn't make it, although it was late. I haven't seen Lobo in a while. Utter didn't make it. Sugar Beet made it. Yeah, a lot of the regulars didn't make it. And I hope Howard sent that in because I don't know what's going on with that. But it's the same thing. Actually, I'll just ask Kelly to tell her what to do because the same thing happened with Kelly. On a couple of channels, Kelly's like blocked, which I'm like, no, you're not blocked. So whatever it is, just send an email in. But I'll ask Kelly first. Maybe she can just tell Laura what the hell it was. That's the only problem. It's a pain in the ass a lot of times, just with the glitches. Is it really the Mrs. Doubtfire? See, now I'll have to watch it because you're saying that. Just because it's him, and I love him. I'm just checking to make sure there's nothing new on the Idaho massacres because I'm a nervous wreck. Oh, Haley was supposed to be on tonight too because we were going to go over Delphi in Idaho, but she said she was sorry. She has an awful toothache, so we'll be back on. She said she'll see how she feels tomorrow afternoon. So I said that's okay, no problem. I'm going to go on and talk to them about everything we're doing, so no worries. The tears of a clown. Aw. Yeah, I haven't seen quite a few people like Joan Bradley, Utter. I love Utter. No problem. Sugar Beet's a pretty name. Oh, and who wasn't here? Muppet. I always say it wrong. She wasn't here, but it was late. I did it late because I didn't know what time I was gonna get home. Hi, Frost Kitten. That's the cutest name. Oh, his soul fighting. Ugh. I hate to think of all that. Like it's just ugh. It's rough. It's rough stuff. Especially when Robin Williams said like because he was up and turning like he couldn't sleep, so the doctor suggested separate rooms, and he said to her, "Ugh, does this mean like we're not married anymore?" Like because he was confused. When she says that in the documentary, I lost it. Of course, she cried, and she's like, "No, it's just so we can both get a good night's sleep." But he's like, "Are you sure?" Oh, God. We're all lucky. Just take us in our sleep. Please. There's too much in the world. Just too much. What dreams may come. Geez, a lot of these I have not even heard of. I'm happy you're telling me because I have not even heard of. Because you know what happened too with Netflix? I got so into it. They really do excellent documentaries, and then I think I've gone not berserk with watching their documentaries, and I kind of stopped. I stopped watching movies, but if I know it's good, I'll definitely watch it. But yeah, Killer Sally's a must. So Killer Sally. Let me just look on mine right now because there might have been one more, and I'm like, oh, I have to tell the group because this is a good one. Oh, I know. Hang on. It's the one that me and Coolest are going to do, where it's the convict in jail, the one that strangled the grifter slash, she calls it, her boyfriend, who barely knew each other, just to watch him die, and then becomes best friends with his mother. And she sings in jail, just like our lovely Jody. Yeah, Ari, because I thought it was Jody he was talking about, but it's not. Her name is Lindsay. Okay, it's called, and this is another one on Netflix. It's called I Am a Killer. And her episode, because there's like a bunch of different episodes, but if you just want to watch the one with Lindsay that we're going to talk about, and you'll want to see her singing. Oh, what happened here? I hate Netflix when it does this. Let me see. Oh, yes. Okay. So it's I Am a Killer, and it is episode. The title of it's in her hand, so it's the Netflix I Am a Killer, and then just scroll down to the story that's called In Her Hands. You won't want to miss it. If you thought Jodi Arias singing in jail was good, you'll love that. Sugar Beat, really? You have not seen Netflix, The American Murder? Really? That was up until Dahmer this year hit that show, the Jeffrey Dahmer show, American Murder Family. That was Netflix's highest documentary. That's picture the amount of money that brought. That was Netflix's highest until this year with Dahmer. So I can't even imagine. I don't know how I don't know how the money thing. I mean, I know that her family was her family, but I'm sure it was a fortune. If that was Netflix #1 for a few years, yeah, they made some cash on it up until Dahmer, and then he came along, and then everybody became nuts with him. But that was good. He was a wimp. I thought he was I thought Dahmer was an ass, but it really was a good. They did it well, but they always do. I'm never bored. I'm never let down by their doc, especially their true crime. They're that's like their forte. That's their best thing. Yeah. So it's I Am a Killer, In Her Hands, and you'll be happy. You'll be happy. And like I said, Killer Sally. And The Watcher is crazy. When you're getting bored. What's this? The interviews with the neighbors of the Idaho 4 and that little couple that kept saying that she was home alone every night. I was like, oh no. Who were they saying was home every night alone? Like the pretty girl that. I wasn't that impressed with Upside Down with Dahmer, as much as I just liked watching his style, like when he was going in clubs and what he was like. I don't know. I was intrigued by all that, but it beat out. Then it knocked off the Watts documentary. Who was home every night downtown? Tell me that just one more time. I hope you don't mean one of the Idaho kids. One of the dead. I hope not. Please no. Please no. Because I haven't watched anything yet since I got home tonight, so now I'll be nuts. Their neighbors to the house a cute little couple on the news. He said, I live at night about midnight and she's here all by herself talking about. Oh, so the little guy was talking about his girlfriend saying she's here. Oh, so he was like worried about his girlfriend living in that neighborhood. Is that what you mean, downtown? Because then they interviewed the other neighbor who said, like, it's known to be a party house. They just never give it any thought to keep that to themselves. Yeah, it was known to be a party house. But they were respectful tenants, friendly, nothing too crazy, but there were people in and out, like a lot. But then they showed from across the street just the way the blinds were open the night they died, like nothing was touched. And just look the way the lights were on, like you could, like if someone was up at that hour and just looked out their window, like they would have watched the murder, like especially those in the front rooms on like second, third floor. You see right in, like you could see what's on their wall. Like it's rough. Yeah, I think it might have been Jeremy. He's kind of a weird dude. Yeah, I think that too. That was just saying that, it's kind of known as a party house. Well, come on, they all are. It's a whole little community of like, it's a college town with houses where there's 4 and 5, kids sharing it, or you got frat houses. That's what it's about. But, he just said that, people knew because it was just like the place to go. People knew the code. And did they forget to turn the code off on that night? So someone was able to just kind of slip in and out. Like they know nothing on that, which is scary. I mean, this happened November 13th. I know they're doing a vigil, not yet, but they are doing a vigil. They already had the wake yesterday for the boy. They already did his wake and funeral. Yeah, it just sure beat. It just boggles my mind that. And I know they're saying like, okay, between like 2:45 or 2:30 and 3, Madison and whoever keeps calling the ex, calling, like 10 calls in less than a half hour. And then right after her, I forget the other one's name, that the ones that two had been out together, she calls Madison's ex like 3 times, and then that's it. There's no more. And they're like, just like this, the parents even of Madison are like, oh, she was known to do that, like she was a power caller. I don't know. I'm just like, for the other friend to call to, I'm just wondering, like, were they calling him to say like there's somebody like outside, like we're scared, like we think there's somebody outside? I don't know. I'm getting that weird vibe. But 10 calls in a row, and then the other friend calling 2-3 times, and then boom, it just stops. I'm like, I don't know, I have a hard time that Madison was just like calling it power. The mother called it like it power calling. I don't know. I'm just thinking, were they calling to say like, we think like there's somebody outside or something? I don't know why that's where my gut went. Hi, Special K. Don't be sorry. Yeah, we're just talking. I know the Broderick was really good. We'll start Shattered this week. So yeah, definitely go get some rest. Thank you, love. Love to you always, Special K. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, Casey Anthony? Ugh. No, I didn't watch it, and I won't, and I hate her face. That's all I'm gonna say. Just blaming the father. Keep blaming all you want. When Kathleen comes back on, she's gonna talk about the Murdoch, but maybe I'd like her to come on and talk about her 6 weeks in Florida with that, investigating that. Casey was too busy getting tattoos and living her best life and blaming Zanny the nanny. I can't even imagine how you do that. That little girl's face was, I mean, come on. Casey's face, those big eyes. I hope she closes her eyes every night and sees. I hope she sees, like Chris Watts sees his grandparents or whoever in his cell, like with red eyes. Not a good picture of her. Yeah. What was she doing? The one night best body contest? Oh, the daughter's like probably was either dead already. Like, that's a mom for you. Best body contest. She really though did think a lot. She did think highly of herself. Like, I am hot. I am hot shit. I'm gonna win this. Ugh. I can't stand her face. I can't stand her face. And coming out with it now, and Kathleen didn't know because I told her, she's like, please say you're kidding. I'm like, I'm not. Talking about the father blaming it. Kathleen was like, that was one of the worst 6 weeks of my life. That, investigating that, it was horrifying. I'll see if she talk about it, but I don't know. Because like I said, she doesn't want to talk kids anymore. So maybe not. Maybe not. But I mean, she had to have somebody, whether she has an 8, whoever she has in her camp that might have said, like, this is a good time for you. I don't know what. The world is so bad, it's a good time for you to, let's blame your dad. Let's get him. Because I don't know if she even talks to her parents or not. Like, I don't know what that relationship is. She's just such a spoiled, rotten person. Calling in a missing phone, for God's sakes. Prosecutors messed up the Casey Anthony trial. They should. I know, taking the death penalty off, and I think the jury would have given her guilty. I do too. Now you gotta go back to bed soon, Clueless. I'll be getting off soon too. I'm getting tired. We just started talking about the demon Casey Anthony and why she's decided now that it was time to come out and blame her dad. Like, this was a good time. I have not watched the Chandler Alderson. I haven't been into the day. I don't know the Daybell. There's a lot of them I don't know. Yeah, Edward must have fallen asleep. It was late for him to start, but he waited because he was dying to hear what book and stuff. So I'm happy he was there for that. Yeah, I'm trying to limit it now because it really does mess with you, and especially then we're reading books. I gotta limit what the fuck I watch on YouTube. Yes, make sure I didn't miss. Sugar Beet, yeah, definitely watch it. I watched it too many times. I mean, I could probably recite it now, Sugar Beet, but it's no voice. It's all just her text. It's all text of her texting, him right from when she leaves, when they're leaving to go on trips, when she leaves him all summer, and it just shows from it's like her telling her story without being here. And that's why they agreed to it, the family. So it's one-sided, it's one-sided. But I mean, the Lifetime one sucked. That was awful. They did not give okay on that one. The same as they did the Gabby Petito on Lifetime. That was horrible too. Horrible. And a little too soon. Neighbors were interviewed by the news, and they revealed too much of their schedule in case the killer was listening. They would know that girl. Oh God, you can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. They're listening to everything. Oh yeah, I posted it. I don't know if everybody saw on my community page, but like right after. So that happened on the 13th with the murders. November 21st, the town report puts out on November 21st. 2 young women left a residence on Blaine Street around 5:15 p.m. this evening and went towards their car, where they spotted a man in the front seat who proceeded to exit and chase them. They ran towards friends and called the police after the man fled. When police arrived, he could not be found. Please remain vigilant. Description is limited. An overweight white male in a yellow shirt with dirty blonde to brown hair and a scruffy beard. Like, could you imagine this? If it's related, he has no fear. This is just a madman on the loose, nothing to lose at this point. He's in the front seat of their car, and then he's chasing them. That, to me, yeah, remain vigilant. Buddy system and mace. No way, and go home. Seriously, to go home. If the school's telling you can go home and do it online, go home. There'd be no way in hell I could stay there. No way. I would think it would be in a stranger, because if it was someone they knew, they would have known. Those other two were in. Oh, yeah, I know. Here's the thing, too, the FBI said, with those kind of houses and the kind of parties they have, people come from all over different fraternities and sororities. So there are groups that come in that they don't even know whose house it is. So you're letting like people in and out of your home that you don't know. They're seeing the whole layout of the place. All 99 coolest. I will talk to you tomorrow. They see the whole place, the way it's laid out, where everybody's rooms are. And, just hearing it, that was the party house. It's like, oh, God knows how many people were in and out. And because that one neighbor is like, yes, they were nice. But there were people in and out all the time. It just was known to be a party house. So, yeah. You come from another frat, you bring 3 or 4 guys with you, like people are showing up you don't know, and you don't know what they're looking at. And that's what scares me. And the back of their house was all wood, so like that's it would have been the easiest way for them to just go through those sliding doors, because they're not sure, they don't think, can't remember if that kitchen sliding door was locked, because they said that's how whoever it was would have easily been able to enter. I know. Well, God, Jesus, our days. A whole other world, though, compared to what's happening now. A whole other world. Just the idea, like just the whole stalker thing that she was saying it 2 weeks ago. It's just a shame she didn't, fill out a police report, but she didn't. And there's that one picture. It's all of them, like right before they go out that night. Like the one is on the shoulders of the other. I'm like, that is just. I just, as a parent, lose my mind. Between that and the poor Delphi parents who are like, are you kidding me? What's going on? Like, I don't know how they're handling it either. You're saying you got the guy the other day. Now you're saying there's someone else. Like, what's happening? And now we have to wait the next hearing for his bond. February like 23rd. Oh my God. Meanwhile, these families are in agony. Both Delphi and Idaho. Idaho, the whole college is scared. And the other thing too with Delphi, like his wife, sent that letter out. She supports him 100%, and he deserves to be out on bail. What are you talking about? But she's what is it, Tanya Tucker? She's standing by her man. Oh yeah, definitely downtown. They messed up with that. And Jose, man, he ran with it then. Wisconsin, is it? Oof, I don't know. It's so scary. Wisconsin, home of Coleman and Watts. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, Haley, our Haley, she sent Coleman is hidden very well in the system at Dodge. Chris Watts, you look him up, his inmate number is right there, everything. You look up Chris Coleman, they do not give you his inmate number, and they give you minimal. So we send a postcard, but we don't even know if it'll get to him. So I'm like, why? Like why Watts is way out there. I don't know if Coleman gets more death threats and Watts doesn't, but she sent him a postcard. It's great. It just says, they say a postcard's worth 1,000 words, and it's just a middle figure. And she's like, happy holidays, Rose, Curious Rose and Haley. I'm like, oh God, I hope that gets there. I hope it gets there. But yeah, I'll post that up too, because I'll show you how to write to either of them. Jesus, like Chris's is everything's out there, whereas Coleman's the inmate number is not there. It's very brief on Coleman, very brief, and that's why I'm like, I don't know, I don't know. Maybe he lost privileges? Who the hell knows? They've taken the death penalty off the. Oh, did they? Oh, okay. Oh, how has that been? I didn't get into that one either. The Pike County. I did not get into that one. It's like you can really get crazy. And it's like you have to know, like I'll know when it's too much and I'll put on something funny because I know I could feel it. Oh, CW is definitely, I mean, he still does think that maybe one of them is writing to her. I love that. Sure, she is, Chris. I wonder if Kathleen is following the Dan Markle murder case in Florida. No, right now, because the Murdoch book took such a toll on her, she is just writing a laid-back, funny book about Harry and Meghan, and it's going to be good. That's right now what she's doing her research on. It's Harry and Meghan. So because between Watts and then going to South Carolina and the people she met there and what she found out with Murdoch, it did her in. It really did her in. So she's like, we're doing something funny. I'm like, all right, I'm all for it. So after that, And she looked up the Coleman after my live last week just because she's furious that, well, she can't believe he's still alive. She's like, how the hell hasn't he been killed yet? I'm like, nah, they probably all put them together. And she's like, yeah, I remember at the time Cindy finding out about it and, was saying, just like my Chris, there's no way he killed his kids, It's a hard denial for a mother, but she does remember. She said, I remember that. And I remember thinking, there's some pretty hardcore evidence against this dude. Brooks swore me. What's Brooks? Who's Brooks? This might be the Markle thing. I don't think I've heard of. Molson reminds me of a lot of them because he's so good with all that stuff. But I go to him when I need to know some stuff because he knows he just knows immediately. He knows different crimes. He's been to Colorado three or four times by now. I wonder if they're going to charge Billy Joe. I'm going to see. Wait, why? Billy Joe's the grandmother, so why are we thinking she'll be charged instead of the mom? Was she supposed to be watching the baby, Quentin, and me, the mother? I couldn't watch that one because there was just too many despicable creators protesting at that house that I have no respect for, so I did not get to watch it. I did, when he was found, when he was not found, they arrested her, I, of course, put a beautiful picture up because he's just a precious little face on him. But I didn't know anything. I didn't know what's happening with the grandmother, where she stands right now. I mean, I thought she was supposed to have the baby, but then that mother's disgusting. Oh, Darnell Brooks in Wisconsin. Okay, the Christmas. Oh, God, that was awful. Ugh. All these. Remember this past summer, the 4th of July parade that everybody got shot up? Where was that? I forget what the hell. Was that Chicago? Remember that? And then the kid got off and then they found him. He dressed as a woman and they pulled him over in the car. I can't remember. He's in jail. That'll be interesting. I can't remember what city the hell that was, but it was 4th of July. It was heartbreaking. I did a live that night because I was so upset. The goddamn 4th of July. What the hell's wrong with people? They're going into parades, churches, goddamn Walmart. Black Friday, the night before Black Friday, people they're losing their minds. Downtown, I want to nominate Judge D for sainthood, and I'm Catholic. What's this? Talk about self-love? Yeah, I know. His little face upside down. I can't even. I really do pass by most of the posts. It's such a trigger to it makes me think of how precious my son was at that age and how much as a mother when they grow you mourn that they're not that age anymore, and then this animal who has this baby ends his life. Please, God above, let her get the worst. Sugar beet, I will second that mush. The whole though I killed him and I don't remember, huh? What? Why? What do you have? What is she saying? She has that she she knows she killed him but can't remember why. I don't. Was it drugs? Was she high on drugs? I can't figure it out. I did watch the woman that used to babysit did a vigil, a very respectful vigil, which was low-key nice. And I thought, that little boy deserves so much Such a smiler. That's all. Every picture, he just got that smile. I can't look at it anymore. I had to stop. Those are the cases that don't leave like our heads. Yeah, but her and her mother, oh God, fighting with everybody. His face was pure joy. I never saw a picture, and I go through them fast when I see. I'm like, oh no, but they're all. He's like a poser, looking at the camera. He's got those big eyes, and it's just always that smile or that grin. Those people should, for the rest of their lives, never be able to close their eyes without seeing his face, and knowing they'll never see him again. Pigs. They're just filthy pigs, and anyone that would represent them. Disgusting. For weeks looking for him in a dump, like he's just trash. Just fucking trash. I'm not sure what they, if they were, I don't know what they were. I was so like appalled just by looking at the mother's face, and even the gram, that I couldn't stand either of their faces, that I never gave it too much time. But yeah, they have like a Pacific Islander or something like that going on. But his little face was just pure joy. I don't want to know. I hope we don't ever know like what his last moments were. I don't need to know that. None of us do. None of us need to know. That's honest to God. We're traumatized between the Watts alone and Coleman. We're traumatized. We're done. I was trying to get the autopsies on Coleman. I have to look and see. Because the book did not mention the red paint on the boy's face. It still doesn't. So I want to see if the autopsy does. Because Molson remembers that it does, that he does remember reading it, but it's not in that book. So I'm like, I gotta get my hands on the autopsy to see if they put it in there. And I'm just happy that they did it, move the bodies up to where her family is too, because his father and brothers don't deserve to be able to go visit it. We've read some horrible shit. Well, I mean, Blood and Marriage, we knew. That was more like we made the best of it with the parts that we could laugh. At least we did. But there was no making the best of One Last Kiss. Like that took us. That was hard for all of us. Just because he really went that extra mile with that paint and the shitty, ugh. Yeah, the Delphi. Hang on, let me put my glasses on here. If I really assume the story of a lot of mixed emotional, all I'll say is I feel like they got them wrong. I'm just worried downtown, whatever he is, the chief of police, like went from this is the day we got him, and now his answers are different, and we're never gonna stop looking for other, like, where are we? What do you mean? A couple days ago you were so thrilled. I don't understand this. He's pleading not guilty. He wants to get out on bail. His wife's sticking by his side. Like, what? Either you have damning information and evidence against him, or you got shit. And by this point, I'm like, I think they have shit. And they're just holding him there, and they're sealing it. And I don't know if they're holding him because they found something that he stole something from the name. Like they're making our heads spin, and they're torturing the families. The grandmother was on the news today. She's tortured. Every morning she's waking up thinking, please let them tell us something, and they're not. and they're not. I forget who it was. There's a great walk on that bridge. It's a husband and wife. But when they get to the end, they show you, like, to the left when you walk off, they show you, like, it's a man-made, like, you could see that from so many people walking in it, it made like a hill, and it's like, oh God, the girl's going down that hill, and it's steep, and it's just dirt. Oh, it's terrible. And now I just saw today, they're fixing it. They are fixing the bridge, because they said they believe for the trial that they'll probably be having the jurors walk over it. Sugar Bee, I wonder if dude in Delphi was that. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, he went up to them and said, I was here the day that you were all searching. Or went up when it was all happening to a conservationist instead of a police officer or whatever, and said I was here and didn't see anybody. And so the conservationist just said, okay, we'll mark you off. And then when they go back looking at their papers now, there he is, his name, and like no one looked into him, just put down saw no one. So that's the whole thing is like, yeah, we probably shouldn't have just like conservationists like interviewing people when it's something like this, because that was a ball dropped from day one. They had someone else interviewed him. It could have maybe been found out then compared to now. Who the hell knows? Wait, Coleman. Oh wow, what? What? Oh, about the autopsies downtown. I'm trying. Every state is so different. Like, the Watts, we got autopsies, but they're like summary reports because they held a lot. Hi, Elizabeth G, honey, don't be sorry. We're just talking about our next book, and I read. You'll like it. You'll enjoy the replay. It's not long. It's like a couple pages, but it was Kathleen, who wrote Blood and Marriage, she was going to be doing a book with Betty Broderick. So it's like a blog that she did with Betty. You'll enjoy that. And then next week I'm going to start reading Shattered, which is a really sad story. Another one, but the woman that's killed, she was 8 months pregnant, but there's no like children like that you become attached to that are being killed, because I can't do it anymore. Yeah, it's Madonna, one of our other from the group, Madonna had said it, because she's like, oh, Rose, this, like, when we finished with Coleman and like his mistress, she said, oh, you got to see the Temple murders. He married the mistress. And I'm like, oh, that's so our next book. And then I started to read it. I'm like, yep, we got it. This is it. Oh, downtown. There's definitely a pedophile ring going on between Alan and the Kleins. And I have issues with, do you? The family of, so wait, so who lived with the grandmother? Did Libby live with the grandmother or Abby? I don't know. I can't remember. I think Libby was older, right? A little bit older maybe. Abby had more of a baby face. Yeah, Keegan Klein. Well, the guy that it was his land, he's dead. I'm happy to see you though, Elizabeth. Hope you had a good holiday. I think the dude in Sherwood, I just think that Delphi, whoever it is, whatever part Alan played in, I just think he surrounded himself. He printed the pictures for them, for the wake, He put the pictures up of the sketch of his, like, if that's him, the sketches are everywhere. Like, just, I don't know, brazen, but who knows what we're going to find out. Sugar Beat, the coyotes are being next. Sugar Beat, that's scary that you just said that. Not to worry though, Rocky and Latte are on the scene. I don't even live in the woods. And last night, There were coyotes outside, and they got something. I mean it. Like, what the hell's going on with coyotes this year? I gotta have me a little snack. Hit me up some soup. I know. I don't want no turkey. Oh, no. No turkey. I made a good, I don't know if anybody's ever been to Roots Chris. It's like a real famous steakhouse. And you can go online and get their Roots Chris sweet potato casserole. It should be a dessert. It's sinful. But I made that. I'm like, and there were 17 of us. I'm like, there is enough sugar and butter in this casserole alone to give all of us our own separate heart attacks. And then I made the mac and cheese, which also had enough butter and cheese that we all could have had a heart attack. So we didn't, which was good. But I love Thanksgiving. It's just such a chill, just eat and hang out. It's like my favorite. I don't eat meat, so I don't eat turkey. I just love everything else. Oh, that's right, Elizabeth. Yeah, it was our Thanksgiving. Thunderstorms. Ugh. It's been cold here though. We've been dealing with cold. Definitely a diabetes. Definitely. Yeah. And my cousin, just like redid his basement. He's got it's like a lounge. He's got a fireplace. He's got a bar. He was making this Moscow mules. It was about 10 o'clock. Like, I laid down and I was like, I had 2 Moscow mules. I'm like, oh my God, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling everything I ate. And then those 2 damn Moscow mules. And I'm like telling my cousin at its house, I'm like, I might stay here today with all the kids. And he's like, stay. But I revived. Not murder for Billy Joe. I'm saying that's what I mean, because she was the guardian, and that she let Leilani be around the kid. So I feel she's going to be in some kind of trouble. No, I didn't get. Yeah, no, not cool. Yeah, I think I forget even who was. It was a good channel that was discussing it. It might have been. I like Grizzly True Crime. It might have been Grizzly True Crime. She's from New Zealand. She's very good. That was discussing. People were asking, like, what do you think about the grandmother? And they're like the poll was like, oh, like she definitely needs to be liable for something. Absolutely. But I don't know how. I can't. What state are they in again? I can't even remember what state they're in again. I just remember what a bunch of trashy people they were, the way they were protesting, and creators getting arrested, and just, yeah, what a mockery for that. No respect for that baby that was missing. People lose sight, and they want the pity. No, you're the reason he's gone. And they pick weird creators to represent him, which is Georgia, I believe. Yeah, I think you're right. Then they pick crazy creators that, they want to be like their spokesperson, which only makes it worse. I love when they do that. I'm like, oh, that'll help. Oh, was it Georgia? Yeah. I'm like, oh, yeah, that'll help. That's a good one. Hey, Mark is awake. Mark. He's awake. He's listening. Most will be getting up soon. He'll be like, what are you doing? Yeah, Molson got it because we were all into that Deb Collier, and then it was like all of a sudden it went from like the daughter to her committing suicide, and he called me. He's like, "What are your thoughts on that?" I'm like, I'm not with them. I'm not either. He's like, nope, and I'm like, we need a life. I'm like, can you get the autopsies for me? He's like, I'm on it, and he got the number and he called. He's like, they're coming. They're on the way. I'm like, yeah, I want to really read it because she inhaled, because it had like about inhalation of like, I don't know how it said it. like toxic gas or whatever. I'm like, if someone lit her on fire, yeah, that is going to happen. But why did they go the suicide route? How much, I forget if it was hydrocodone, like how much was in her that we're going down that route. I said an hour before that, the woman stopped and had pizza. After she went shopping, she went and had a slice of pizza. Are you really doing that right before you light yourself on fire? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yeah, Elizabeth, I love when they're not true crimes. They're drama channels pretending to be true crime, and they're making a fortune. Some of them are and they're filthy, they're cursing, they're dragging people through the mud, and they're the money they're bringing in. I'm like, that's disgusting. It's despicable. They know who they are too. They know who they are. And I'd rather not. I'd rather be nothing than do that. Hell no. For God's sakes, Summer Wells' family, that was a shit show. Layla's family, shit show. Yeah, it was hydrocodone. It was like she inhaled. It is gross, or it's disgusting. And they're doing things that they are so profitizing, like the amount of, you want to do a live on it, you want to be their spokesperson, shut off your super chats. Stop. But they weren't. And I'm like, they weren't like saying these are going to go to say whatever, a chair, and no, disgusting. They're despicable. Yeah, let me make sure, Kevin, but I know I was just confused thinking if the woman was set on fire by someone, she would inhale I forget how it's worded, but because Melissa's like, I'm not going to let this go. And I'm like, oh, no, we need to, let's see the autopsy. I really just I'm confused. Like all of a sudden, just changed, and the son doesn't, I don't think the son believes it either, too. Like, he's not really on board with it. I think he's, okay. So she died from inhalation of superheated gases. That's so I got it. I don't know what superheated gases are. Thermal injuries, I get that. But this one too, hydrocodone intoxication. Well, how much? So maybe she took a hydrocodone. You're not saying overdose. You're just saying intoxication. I hope they send it real soon. Partially nude, indicates her shirt had been burned from her body, and they're consistent when he saw evident that she started. How is it evident she started the fire? From what I saw, I considered this was self-inflicted, but I was relying on the results of the autopsy. Arson analysis confirmed the presence. The presence of gasoline on her clothes. Injuries were also someone caught in a flash fire, possibly caused by gasoline vapors igniting. Collier, who suffered from back problems, took medication for her pain. Okay, well then you'd be on a hydrocodone, so let's leave that out right now. She did not overdose. Let's leave that out. Come on. The only weird thing is that they're saying it, but the daughter could be a liar. Is that the days before she was dying, she was giving out like her stuff, like rings and jewelry, and like giving people from work stuff, which is like a classic sign of someone that's going to kill himself. That would be the only thing. But other than that, I mean, the husband, I don't know, the husband didn't seem to think anything, so I still want to see the autopsy. I just think it's odd. I think they just wanted it to be over. Yeah, me too, I know.
gas. I don't even remember if there was a gas can. I just thought the daughter was so, I don't know, because they were fighting. Like they were not. It was a rough relationship. It's so dramatic, and I'm like, I don't know about this. The daughter always wanted money, and the boyfriend was not liked, and it's a lot. You look at her husband, like he's crushed, like he's crushed. But I'm sorry, just don't trust that daughter. That's a terrible thing to say, but I don't. So yeah, so then her shirt caught fire. I just don't know. God, how do you go from stopping and having some pizza to deciding I'm doing myself in? I don't know. I'm just having trouble. I am having trouble with that. That I don't know. If I'm killing myself, like I'm not real quick, I'm gonna make a Dunkin' Donuts run, right? Like you're low, you're at your worst. You don't even eat. You don't even have a sip of water when you're depressed. Come on, let's be honest. Let alone let me go and down some pizza. I have the total. That's where I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm just like something's not quite right with this. But I could be wrong. But I don't know of anyone that before they passed, they went out for a quick bite. Let me get a quick bite in. That doesn't. And I want to see the autopsy because I want to see your stomach contents. If she did that, if she really went and had pizza and then died, I want to see what's in her belly. Because this case does not add up. And I mean, every creator is pretty much. Does this not sound nuts? Yeah, it's nuts. But the daughter's thrilled, and I think that's why she's adding on the whole, oh, she was a mess the past couple of days, and she was just giving all like her expensive like rings and jewelry to like friends and people at work. Well, why wouldn't you, if that was really happening, why wouldn't you have said to her like, is something wrong, Mom? You didn't do that. But then you see her charge cards and she went for pizza. Come on now. Yeah, pizza makes me happy. I think she filled a gas can. Oh God, spilled it on herself. Then I accidentally ignited the jersey. Oh God. Wait, so maybe too when she ignited the jersey and she was falling backwards, remember they said her hand, she was grabbing on to a piece of the tree that had broke off. So maybe she was trying to like grab onto something. That would make sense upside down. Because her arm, hand was wrapped around like a tree stump that was like pretty much burnt off. But was she trying to change her mind then? I mean, too late. But no. I mean, no. I'm just, if I have a bad day and I'm depressed, I don't eat. If I'm gonna kill myself, I am certainly not in the mood for a slice. Yeah, let me go have a couple slices, glass of wine. No, that's not happening. It's not happening. And the Venmo is just, it's too much. It's too much. What is that? What does that mean? And who are we? Because obviously, if you're saying we to your daughter knows who we is, whoever they are, and she's just not telling. So, like, they just wanted to wrap this up. So that was the easiest way. She ignited herself. No. Oh, I mean, Elizabeth, I'm drinking. I mean, I might do like ecstasy mollies. I want to do a lot of hugging at the end. Say crazy shit to people that I've always wanted to say crazy shit, and then just go out. Then just go out. I'm done then. Yeah.
No, I don't. And I don't think pizza. I'm not. No, I'm not going for pizza. Yeah, she was no alcohol in her. She had back pain, so there should be hydrocodone in her for that. So that is nothing out of the ordinary. So they should that like eliminate that as anything to do with a part of her suicide attempt. 100%. Oh, definitely downtown. Please do, because I'm more into it now, right? So the whole Keegan, like, and all that, and I don't know the relations if with Alan, did they know? I could use a sum up if that would help me a lot. Please. Upside down. I think she could. I wish that's what she was doing. Don't think she was. I mean, people at work, like, just said that even the week before, like, she was just so bubbly, her normal self. She loved her job. Uh, like nothing out of the ordinary. And I just think it's when the daughter came back, it was bad. Because she knew it was just the daughter was just drama. Just drama. And she knew bringing him back, the boyfriend, was just going to not be good. But I still don't believe that would make her kill herself. She loved her husband. I don't see that at all. So I don't believe. I just think the daughter's a big fat liar. Her pants needs to catch on fire, because I don't think it happened that way. I really don't. He looks heartbroken when you see the husband. I'm like, oh, that's awful. Like, the poor guy's working, parking cars. Meanwhile, somebody's, God, or his wife. I don't know. I don't see her killing her. I don't know. I don't know what his relationship truly is even like with that daughter. Don't really know. So that's a whole other, like, you just wonder. He probably wants to say, like, she's crazy. But, oh, you have a yard full of deer this morning. I love that. Kevin, what are you buying? Let me see, what's Kevin buying? You buying mozzarella, Kevin? Come here. I'll take it down to the Italian market. Oh, doobie. Yeah, sugar beet. Something's off. I don't know. And the son doesn't believe it. The son actually just filed a lawsuit against the police force. I forget what the charges are, but he is suing them. So it's not over. That one's not over. I put Kylie Rodney to rest. Let her. Just let her rest. There was one of the channels today asking a question and said, "You've answered all my questions unless you can't answer this one because it's open." And then there's a response back from, and I don't know if it was Nevada, but it just said case remains open. I'm like, would you please let that poor girl rest, please? Like, Kylie could rest. Let her go. Let her go. But there are channels. If they let that go, they built their channel on the clapback channels on her, or whatever. They'll have nothing. Go hit the hay, sugar beet. I'm just looking at DoorDash because you know how it is after you're out all night. Well, till 1. I'm hungry now. But I don't like McDonald's breakfast. Ugh. I don't like it at all. It's never good. Love you, Sugar Bee. Yeah, the son all of a sudden, and he was away too. He looks weird though. It's so weird looking group. I'm sorry, but they don't even look like brother. I'm like, are they even really related? Do they talk? Do they talk? Ah, poor Deb. Poor Deb. She was all ready to go to a game. God bless her soul if that really was her her plan. She was all ready. That's why it's like you see and it's like, oh, don't let this. That's not. I'm like, no, I'm not accepting that woman was trying to kill herself. Oh, Kevin, what are you making us want to watch? Don't be. What is it though? Is it something good? Tell me if it's good, because I want to watch it then. Cats and dogs living where? Where are there cats and dogs living together? Mass hysteria. Where? Kevin, we need to know. Don't leave us hanging. Come on, Kevin. I thought McDonald's had also had a menu that was like the other stuff too, like regular stuff. Liars. Oh God. Oh, wait. I love Bill Murray. Stripes is one of my favorite movies of all times. He's a very dry sense of humor. He's not for everyone, but I love him. God, what can I eat? This all looks like crap. God, when you were a kid, you couldn't. It was like a big deal to go to McDonald's and get breakfast. Now, oh God, no thanks. Elizabeth, I watch it. No, the minute I see it on, I'm like done. Ghostbusters is cute. Done. Like, I love Stripes. He's so freaking good in it. It's like one of his first majors too, like major movies, and I just love his humor. He's definitely one of my favorites, and he comes across to some people as cocky or like aloof, but I love him. I love him. Bill, are you okay? Groundhog Day. Oh yeah, the Grinch. Elf was on today. That was cute. I haven't seen the female Ghostbusters. Anyone see that? I mean, I don't know. Is it worth it? I love the ones that are in it, but I didn't know if it was like worth it. Because now is the time. Like I like a I like the good Christmas, like the funny Christmas movies, not the shitty ones. Elf was always cute. Yeah, Groundhog Day. That was like God. When was that? Jesus, that was back away. Oh, the Grinch. My son was so scared of it. Like, he's not real. He saw it more in the movie theater. I know, like. Poor kid. So, no, get to like him, kid. Life gets tougher. No, I did. I did it. He is kind of creepy, though.
Be right back. Where are you going, Kevin? Go get some fresh mozzarella, some roasted red peppers. I'm hungry for something good. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get a bagel from McDonald's. It'd make me depressed. But I'm hungry. I'm very hungry now. That's what happens when you drink the night before. That's why. And that's why I don't drink. Kate McKinnon is brilliant in anything she does. I love her. Have you watched on, I think it's Netflix, Jerry Seinfeld has a show called like Driving in Cars with Comedians. And he just picks up like random friends, comedians. They drive around New York. He takes them to places to go for breakfast, lunch. They just talk. It's hysterical. He does one where he picks up Kate McKinnon. She's friggin' fabulous in it. Please watch it. It's comedians in cars. Comedians driving cars. Comedians driving cars. Yeah, it's Jerry Seinfeld, Kate McKinnon. Love her. I love her when she does Ellen too. Like she does Ellen better than Ellen. The way Ellen would sit on her chair. I love her. I never knew she was a lesbian either. I had no clue. Yeah, she's like one of my favorites. Her, like Kristen Wiig. I still love Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Like there's just some, they're golden. Melissa McCarthy is like definitely one of my favorites. Adore her. Yeah, Downtown definitely it's gonna kick in. Like you wonder if like her trying to hold on to that tree, like what she was gonna try to do, like put herself out, like put it out. I don't know. I feel like all law enforcement lately has been a lot of botched up shit. A lot. And I don't know if it's because they don't have enough people, but like California Highway Patrol never even did a reenactment. Like they did not redo the scene on Kylie, so like that was half-assed. Like just things that like are important, and they're getting away with it. And I don't know if it's because as a country we're just desperate. I mean, we watched, and a lot of you were here with me that night when Molson said about Anna H and put it on, and we saw what happened. Like we saw her hardcore jump up out of that gurney. Like, I mean, first of all, the adrenaline and just it kicked in, and she was like out of it, but thinking, I got to get out of here. And I mean, that's the worst part of trauma. I'm telling you, burn victims are brutal. Brutal. You don't get them out of pain. You have to put them in an induced coma. You have to debride those wounds every day. And if it's a significant amount, they don't make it. Like I said it then, I'm like, she won't make it. She's not going to make it. And she didn't. But her adrenaline, like, I mean, when she jumped up out of that gurney like a corpse, like that freaked everybody out. But she was just acting on pure adrenaline. But it was just terrible to see. The goofy guy in the helicopter was like, oh my God. I'm like, fire that idiot. He's supposed to be good under pressure. Fire him.
her damn tank top was literally melted onto her skin. Her hair was smoldering. I'm like, oh my God, the amount of people that just saw that are going to need therapy, like that's rough. There should be a delay. We didn't, like, that was bad. Because she was already burning in the car a bit. They couldn't get her out. Like, it was already some time that had gone by. So God bless her. God bless her. We sent, and we don't have a burn center here. Like, we send them out because it's the most brittle, fragile, injury in a trauma unit. Other than, like, the horrifying accidents and stuff, a burn injury is something that you need to go to a burn center to have a chance. God bless her. That was awful. She did a nice thing, though. They kept her alive, so they, for her organs, which was something. And she was, like, good when she was good. She had a rough life too. She didn't have it easy, so I always felt for her. Yeah, Upside Down. That's that with that movie. Leslie Jones is. I do love her too, but Melissa. I just look at Melissa McCarthy and that's it. I'm like, I'm done. And I actually love her and Sandra Bullock together. I love Kristen Wiig with anybody. I'm gonna have to watch that because they're all people I do love. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna have to watch that. I was watching what was I watching the other day? Arrested Development, because that is so stupid, funny, and fantastic. I was watching that. And then what else? Because I was watching too much bad stuff. So I'm like, all right, let me go to my happy place. I watched Arrested Development with Jason Bateman, and it's hysterical. And then I was watching some of Veep, which was Julia Louis-Dreyfus's show. Oh, God, that's another underrated, hysterical, like funnier than Seinfeld. Got to go to those happy. You have to have those happy places to go to when we're dealing with the shit we talk about or read, or I don't know, between, like, musicians and killing themselves and the darkness of mental health and these true crimes. It's like, yeah, Bates. Yeah, my brother just saw them. They were just in LA about 3 weeks ago, standing literally right in front of them. Well, just him, and he was ordering a coffee. And I'm like, to my sister, I'm like, and you did not ask for a picture? She's like, I wanted to, but your brother wouldn't let me. FN, did I drink tonight? This was earlier, though. It started at 6. It was like a pomegranate. It was really good. Like a pomegranate martini with like a splash of ginger ale, and they had fresh cranberries in it, and the food was fantastic. It was a really nice. It was like a celebration for my cousin who would have turned 50 today, and her husband had all the cousins, so it was nice. Madonna, another new member. Thank you so much. Love you. So yeah, we had that, which was good. Oh, thank you so much, guys. I had lots planned. Just for us. I'm just typing here. I got to put my tree up today. Did everybody put their tree up yet? Of course, my sister-in-law did. I'm like, of course you would. But I ordered a new one, which just came yesterday, so. I did it. It only took 5. Oh my God, Don, you're the best. Just a little bit of time. Just 5 hours. You're never gonna get back. Thank you so much. And we could also do too, because then I could just send private links, and we could watch movies that they show on
on YouTube, and then I won't get striked for anything. So we can do movie nights, which will be fun. Music, all that stuff. I have to bounce around for Christmas, so I put the pyramid. Oh, it's a lot, Elizabeth. I know. I started to put up, the wreath on the door and some stuff outside, but I was like, oh God, let me just wait till Sunday and start. Because it takes a couple, it's not one day, It's a couple days. I'm not putting up a ton of stuff though. Because then I hate January when it's got to come down. I try to do things though that it's not like Santa and Mrs. Claus on the, like I'll do snowmen on the porch, like all that, anything that could stay up to like straight through February. That's what I'm doing. And I did get a new tree this year. It was on sale too. It's a really nice, I think it's Martha Stewart, but it's pretty lit, but it also has like pine cones in it. It's beautiful. Oh, okay. I'm going to put that actually I'm going to pin that to the top, and I am also going to then make sure if they're using their phones, not to, that's where they have to go. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. A couple different things like with this, you have to go into the, I know, especially with the Creator Studio, they're a pain in the ass. A lot of it is like you got to go to your laptop. But it's confusing. It's not as easy as they tell you. Oh, I love natural too. And I love natural Christmas decorations. And I love homemade homemade Christmas gifts. Like I have more clothes than I don't need it. Like I love homemade gifts, like or a blanket or like somebody baked like cookies. Like I like that. I think we need like people don't have the money. We don't have I just think there's so much more thought when you really put your heart into doing something else. You're going upside down. Where are you going and not taking us? I hope somewhere warm, because you deserve it. I love experiences too, Elizabeth. I love a big dinner, have everybody over and just chill out. Just nice stuff like that. Kevin, you're a beauty. That's what they say, Elizabeth. Kevin, make sure you tell Aura to please you do that first tell her to ask Kelly how she got unblocked from my channel, and because I'm not positive if Kelly ended up just figuring it out or if she sent an email to YouTube, because like YouTube will go on too as well and see that it's not blocked on my end. So I'm not. You're going to Australia? Oh God, I have to put my phone down for this. What? Oh my God. I am so jealous but so happy for you right now. That is like are you like Sydney? Like where are you going? Where are you going? Tell me. You lay out some flowers for me at the Ritz-Carlton for Michael. Jeez. Oh my God. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Like Australia. Oh my God, if it wasn't so damn far. It's the only thing so far. Elizabeth, I have not, me too. I just have not. I've just been too busy, like either with the reading or deciding with to read, or I've been obsessed like with the Idaho, college kid that I'm on every channel looking at things. So I haven't even looked. And plus I had enough of Watts. Downtown they put ice cream on the, who's putting ice? Oh, IHOP. Yeah, we have an IHOP here.
Wait, what do we have? Waffle House. We have a good Waffle House here. Elizabeth, if I come to Australia, I'm stay with you and show me around. Just have to take me to Sydney though. I gotta pay my respects. We gotta go to Sydney. Gotta go to Sydney Harbor. There's just certain places gotta just, stop by. I won't want to leave. Yeah, friends. Oh, that's awesome. Friends and family live there. You're going to Sydney and Perth. Oh my God. Okay, so you're going to Sydney, where Michael was from, where he died at the Ritz-Carlton, and then you're going to Perth, which is where his daughter lives now. And I have a weird feeling you're going to run into Tiger Lily, and you're going to have to get a picture of her for me. I don't know. You'll figure it out because I know you're very smart. Don't scare her, but you let her know we love her. Oh, definitely. Oh, Elizabeth, believe me, I will get there. That's top bucket list. Once I'm back to work, there's just so much I want to see. So much, and I just love it. The music, just everything, just everything. The dudes. I mean, come on, they're men. All right, they're men. Oh my God, your nephew's gonna go crazy too. That's awesome. Yes, Elizabeth, I don't even know what they're covering. Like, I have not had time. I stopped with Kylie though, so maybe that's why I wasn't watching Aura. But I thought Kelly was still doing. She did something maybe today with Ohio, but I know she was doing Delphi, so that I do have to catch up. The other night she put something out on Richard Allen, so I have to look at that. I enjoy her. I enjoy her shorts. Like, they're right to the point and they're always good. Yeah, I don't have any more to say, and I think that's just it. Like, I was, for it's no more to say. Oh, your nephew's adorable. It's so excited. Oh my God, he calls you every day. I love that. Yeah, I'm over the lots. It is what it is. We ain't gonna, that's long enough. Long enough. And there's plenty of others, active ones right now that need the exposure, need the awareness. So that's why I am really focusing on Delphi and Idaho. Yeah, that'll be fun. Take a walk on the footpath by the nature strip next to the car park. Where is that at? Does that sound safe, Kevin? Take a walk on the footpath by the nature strip next to the car park. Is that you mean in Australia? Oh yeah, Elizabeth, you guys are going into summer now, right? I remember that from, I forget who the hell the mod was. It used to be one of my mods that I was so jealous of her because we were kind of like opposite with the weather. Yeah, Jenny. It was Jenny Pond. She'd be like, "Oh, we're heading into summer." I'm like, "Yep, it's 22 here." I love Ozzy Slane. Oh, are you listening to Amy Winehouse right now? I watched that again yesterday. Um, it kills me every time downtown. It kills me every time. I can't get over her death. Can't. That voice, damn it, it's haunting, and it's like not our era. Like, she's such an old soul, so old, the soul of like I don't know what, but I love her. Well, her music is just timeless. That beehive hair, oh god, she was icon. She was an icon for sure. We're losing. We lost a lot of them. A lot. Oi, oi, oi. Ripper. Do they say happy day in Australia? Happy day? That's so cute. Like, have a happy day? And can we go to Bondi Beach? Or is it dangerous, like they say it is, or rough? I did a live on the Wanda murderers, Elizabeth, which was phenomenal. No, I don't know. Because there's predators watching everybody. There are. Let's face it, they're everywhere. What was on the other? Oh, they were showing uh Jennifer Lopez has a new album coming out, but then they were showing out like the different work she did, and then they were showing Selena, and then they got into a talk about her her friend head of her fan club. It's like, whew, you don't see it coming because they're killing you with kindness. You're trusting them. She fucking shoots her down. Ugh, it's the worst. And Selena was so sweet. Oh my god, she was so sweet. Yeah, those are just, they feed it. They know. They just know who to pounce on. Britney Spears is like, I don't even watch her on Instagram, but they'll show her on, like, I watch, it's called Juicy Scoop with Heather McDonald on YouTube, and she's been like, she keeps us up to date on the whole Britney Spears thing. Oh man, I mean, I'm sorry, she's not any better being out of that conservative ship. She'll never tour again. She's her mental illness took her to a different place, and there's like the point of no return. Like, all she does all day is twirl in her house and dance, like, with half shirts, and it's bad. It's bad. You going to sleep, Madonna? Okay, honey, I will put a notification out. I'll put it out tomorrow, so we can read our book probably. I don't know. I'll put it out. I'll do a poll just to see what day works better. But thank you for being my member. We're going to have so much fun. And I love you. And I'm so happy that you suggested Shatter. Everybody's going to love it. Get some rest, honey. Love you. Yeah, I like Robin Williams. So they get duped. They get duped by these people. They just want to make them happy. Ugh. And I think with Selena, I don't know. I don't know if her father warned her. I can't remember, but and that's just one. That's just off the top of my head because I just watched it. There's too many to even name that had, Oh God! Remember the young actress? I think her dad was a lawyer. Was it like that Dominique Dunn, like right in front of her apartment? Oh my God! I'll totally take that poll. Skanky, it's Mr. Oh, that'll. I don't know, Madonna. That's going to be a hard hard one. Uh, I'm probably gonna have to. I'm probably gonna say Tara, and here's why. She would call Cherry Coolio because she didn't want to call her by her real name, and she had the balls to wear the promise ring to the freaking the hearing. She's ugh. Yeah, Dominique Don. I mean, her father. I think he's still alive. Like he's still on a mission about it because God, she was gunned down right there, right at her front door. Oh. And she was young. But that's just like another one. That's like just off the top of my head that I remember that because of her father, like wanting the awareness to be out there, because that's when we really started to get Rebecca Schaefer. That was another. That was horrible. That was horrible. I think these are all like out in LA, West Hollywood. You know, she meant like opening your door and right there. Yeah, the HST is the book we're going to be reading. His mistress, who then turned his wife, Heather Scott Temple. Can't wait to see what a prize she is. But just for right now, man, that Tara wearing that promise ring to the hearing, and also calling Sherry a saying he's Coolio because she didn't like to say his real name, and also canceling their Disney World trip because she couldn't stand the thought of him going with his family. Horrible. Yeah, Dominique Dan was a big one because of her dad, like really, was such an advocate of like, because there wasn't the awareness we have today. It wasn't there. There are so many now that have PFAs because they have stalkers. Like when Britney Spears just got married again this summer, that crazy guy that remember she married for like a couple hours, he got onto her property where they're having the wedding, into the house looking for her, and then people are like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm so and so, her ex-husband. I'm invited." And they like were chasing him through the hall, and I'm just thinking, like, you made it in the house. You're not like, you need security, Brittany. But it's frightening. That shit scares the hell out of me. Versace with crazy Cunanan. Oh, horrible. Right in front of his house. Another one right at the gates to his house. So that's a really good whatchamacallit too, documentary. That might be I don't know if that's on Prime or Netflix, but it's so good. But yeah, right in front of his gates, shot him down. These people they get hooked fast. David Chapman with Lennon. Stalkers that take it to a new level and become killers. You're getting a new one, but I don't remember the one. Oh, I love that because I come from the long-term care community. They love any Christmas decoration, donations, trees, anything like that. Oh, they love it. Socks, cheap blankets that you find at the Walmart for $5. Like anything you donate like that, because there are so many that get no family visits on Christmas, no gifts. So that's why everywhere I've worked, there's a tree with somebody's name on it, and you adopt that resident and you get them their gifts, because a lot of them have family that just don't. They stop coming, and then some have no one. So I love the donating tree because I like, especially where I last was. I like a tree like in every dining room, on every unit when you get off the out. Like, just make it as homey as possible. Jesus Christ, this is the end for these people. They love it. They sit around looking at it, but it makes them happy. That's like, it's really, that is just very, so nice of you. And also, I'm not trying to be morbid, and then a lot of people don't even do it anymore. Like have wakes, they just do a funeral. But if you have wakes and you get beautiful flowers, nursing homes love the flowers. Then instead of tossing them out, oh my God, it makes the residents so happy. That's another biggie. People don't realize it, but that is major. They love it. It's a little, and that it makes me sad that it's something so simple, but it makes a difference. So any way you can, anything you donate, they appreciate. They really truly appreciate. Bing bing bong. I gotta start doing more. I really gotta downsize. See what I could donate to. There's so many decorations, dear Lord. First I should clean that room, then I'll put the tree up and see. I don't do the outside with lights, but I'd like to. It's just, oh God, it's too much then, because then it's freezing in January and taking them down is like Christmas vacation. A lot of cursing and drinking, and who needs that? Oh my God, you're even going out to put that up. I love this. I love it. Oh shoot, I forgot. I sent Mia the link too because she wanted to say hello to everybody. She went up to Murder Mountain, where her mom lives, that she was telling us last week. And she hit a dead. Now the deer was already dead in the middle of the road, but it was too late, and like she hit it. So it went like when she hit it, it went under her car. But she said it had it was a bucket. Now she's a nervous wreck that either there's damage to her car or bad mojo. But I'm like, oh God, it was already dead. Relax. She's like, nope, no, there's death on the car. I'm like, Mia, you're too funny. But it is kind of weird that on your way to Murder Mountain, that happened. Poor thing. You don't recycle as much here. You should. Oh no, you did. There's always that one animal. I killed a little rabbit, and it was right before Easter. I just ran his legs over, so he was trying to crawl with just his front legs. Oh, I was talking to him. I'm like, "Where's your mother? I'm sorry." It was the worst thing ever. I was so traumatized. Because then I'm like, "You're never supposed to leave an animal, then in pain." Of course, then I just told my husband, I'm like, you're gonna have to go out there and put the tiniest, white, prettiest bunny out of his misery. Look, I just ran over just like his back legs, and he's like, "Why can't I go look?" And then he came back and he's like, "Yeah, he's gone. I took care of it." Oh, are you really? I love vintage upside down. I didn't know you did. Do you have do you have a site? I know, Elizabeth, that those little things stick with you. Wallabies are so damn cute too. If you have a site upside down, please drop the link for it. That would be cool. I love all that. Yeah.
Elizabeth, stop being so Australian. Oh, Kevin, you're a beauty. You didn't say Jodie Foster though tonight. I laughed at that all week. Like me and Kevin outed her, and I'm pretty sure she didn't out herself, but we did. Right, old jolly, you're something. I just love their accent. I want them. I don't need all the weird words I can't understand. I just love their accent. They're men. They're goddamn men. I don't know what they're made of down there, but they're just so damn cute. Let's see here. Let me see. I'm making sure that I'm just subscribing to all you, because you never know when you might want a channel. Kevin, you need to have it. I'm already subscribed to you, but you need to have a channel where you talk about the Watts with the, because people, if anything, they do need education on stuff, because they annoy the shit out of me when they talk out of their asses. So that might not be a bad thing. But like, I don't ever need to see like Nick and Kate ever again in that interview. I'm good. What's Muriel Wedding? I need to know. What's that? Fill me in. Because I've never heard of that. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I love like repurposing and recycling and making it into cool stuff. I love that. I'm hooked up with a gallery. They show my paintings, all my goods, and they give my site. Okay, cool. I have. Oh wow. So it'll be operation. Okay, we'll have to remember though, because I definitely would. I definitely want to promote that. I love that. Anything to help the good peeps that are working for the right reasons and doing good stuff. Want to do for you, Miss Out. Thought about it when I'm your wedding. Like, so you just find like metals, like you go to like vintage, like yard sales or flea markets, and like find old cool stuff to repurpose upside down. Like, that's so cool. I just love all that stuff. I truly love all that. That's what I'm working on next is merch. If you would help me with that, I would appreciate it. That would be so cool.
Kevin. I thought about doing a date night dinner. Like, how would that work? Well, you're married, right? So you gonna like, are we gonna watch you on a date with your wife? I'm gonna definitely do the private night movies for us. And we're like taking it back 80s. Date night dinner, you're too much. Honey, I have a surprise. Yeah, I'm taking you on a date, but we're gonna film it. I am doing eight. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do. We're gonna just start with. We have to start with the Breakfast Club, and then we're just going to vote. Then every week, I'm just gonna do a poll then and see what you know. But we got to start. Just got to pay our homage to the great, and then we'll take it from there. Like everything from Grease to Saturday Night Fever to St. Elmo's Five, like to everything. The Outsiders. Like I want to watch all of those. I want to do like that kind of stuff. Like on a Saturday night, fun stuff. Oh, date night, not like dating. Wait, date night like date like. Oh, okay. I melted. Oh, I melted and create out. I use paper. I built it. Oh wow. Oh, I love that. Oh, Kevin, John Cusack. Say anything. We got to watch that. Okay, that's up there. Love him. Love him. There's a lot we can watch, definitely. I love that, Mopsic. That's such a great thing you're doing. Yes, John. Yes, exact. Elizabeth. That's what we'll call it. Better off dead. Oh my God, so friggin' funny. I want my. What did he want? I want my $5. It's so good. John Hughes was. I mean, he. Come on, he was brilliant. Let's be honest, he was brilliant. About Last Night. I mean, come on. They're making a whatchamacallit, a part 2. I don't know how I feel about it of Dirty Dancing. I'm not sure if there should be another one without Patrick Swayze. I don't know. What do you guys I'm not thrilled. I'm not thrilled. That's all. I'm not thrilled. Like Ghosts. There's certain movies just leave them be. Just leave them be. And she's in it, Jennifer Grey. Yeah, there is. Hey, did anything ever come of oh Jesus, Alec Baldwin with that whole, when they were on the set of Rust, when those 2 people were shot and that poor woman died? Is he in trouble? Oh, that's so cool, Elizabeth. Oh, I do love Russell Crowe too, but I feel like we haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, when they went on strike. No, nobody puts baby. Nobody puts baby in the corner ever. I love that. It's so great. The end of that movie. And to think he couldn't stand her. He couldn't stand her. He didn't think she was the right person for it, and he was not nice to her during the entire filming. But she proved him wrong. I can't imagine anybody different. Yeah, it was his fault. I mean, the armorer, like, especially the young girl was like, oh, well, when I saw it, and they're like, well, did you hand it in? No, I didn't hand it. Somebody else handed it to whoever the next guy was, and he didn't check it. He just gave it to Alex, who also didn't check it, and then blamed it literally, like just said, oh, the camera, like she told me then, like to, whatever the word was. So I did, and but I didn't push it all the way back, and it went off. Well, no, that means you pushed it back. No, you know who is suing him though is the camera woman's husband is suing him privately. Is suing Alec. Jesus, she'd be freaking alive. Oh God. It was a mess from the beginning. They were like trying all different cheap ways, and so many people at the set within those 2 days. There was barely anybody working and helping. Like, it was a disaster waiting to happen. But he is suing Alec. Well, Alex got it. He'll be able to. He's got like 7 kids now, but he'll be able to afford it. Here's the thing, upside. They taught a class for all the actors on gun safety. Alec refused to go. And therefore, that's why they are getting him on that. He refused to go. So, sucks, but that's what happened. What is that? Yeah, and he pulled the trigger. Real bullets. I know. And they're like, where the real bullets come from? Oh, we don't know. Well, somebody knows. Come on. Somebody knows. Right. That is not something we've heard of. So yeah, it was a sloppy setup because they didn't have help. It is weird. They do if you guys ever watch, they do like a recreation of it, like with animated, showing what he did. It's horrible. It's horrible to watching her going down. Oh, it's terrible. It's like the saddest thing to see. Lived in front of practice. But yeah. And now Alex like, well, we don't ever have real bullets. And then somebody told on it for that. They're like, we use real bullets all the time to practice. Like, we have a shooting range that we all go to. So, Brendan Lee, remember that? The Crow. That was bad. Bruce Lee. That was Bruce Lee's son. He was so cute too. That was awful. Ugh. He was so cute. That was like, what? Late 80s, 90s? Elizabeth, somebody better do it, because his wife will just keep having surrogates do it. She's such a phony. She was trying to fake this last one and show a baby bump. They had a surrogate, and then she's an asshole. His wife's such an asshole. Yeah, 6 or 7 kids. He should have stopped having kids when he called his beautiful daughter that he had with Kim Basinger, what do you call her, little pig? What's that? The bullet was in his hair? Is that what you said? I mean, I remember it all. It was horrible. Yeah, she's horrible, Elizabeth. A two-pot screamer. What's that? It sounds good, though. How you say cucumber? Right, props only. It's a movie, props only. Exactly. No, I never heard that, Kevin. Mm-mm. Ugh, God, that's horrible. And then he ends up getting shot and dies? Jesus. He was young. Was he in his late? Was he even in his late? I don't think. I'm not positive if he was in his 30s. But he was young. He was kind of just up and coming, the poor thing. Freaking life done. Like, God, ugh. Did they ever? Didn't they release that movie though? Or is that? Am I just dreaming that? Oh, he got shot and seen where he was standing. Oh, God. Oh, that's awful. In front of 30, Jesus. Mm. See how old he is now. Because now I can't get that out of my head now. '28, and that was 1993. 28. Mm. I don't think he had kids. Let me see here. Oh, and the bullet pierced through his abdomen and ended up near his spine. Oof. Jesus. Rushed to the hospital where they tried to stop the bleeding or repair the damage, but they were unsuccessful. Oh, God. Before his tragic accident, he was planning on marrying his fiancée. Oh, that's sad. Jesus. Thank you, Upside Down. ever see. Well, I saw his. I know I saw his father. I don't know. Wait, let me see if I saw his mother ever. Really? I'm trying to find all Steiners. Like, I believe it. Oh, she was so pretty. Ugh. Linda Lee. She's still alive. Oh wow! When he has a sister, he has a sister my age, Shannon Lee. Yeah, it was on set that it says he pierced through into his spine, and they rushed him to the ER. But it was his final scene too. But they could not get it to stop bleeding, and he died. Yeah, this just says the one sister, Shannon, born in 1969. Mom's a pretty lady. He died April 3rd, and he was scheduled to get married April 17th. How sad. How sad. That's what I'm trying. I want to see the sister because it doesn't have, it's not, well, let me try. If I just click on it from his Wikipedia, Shannon. Okay, let's see. She's pretty. Oh, she's also, of course, a martial artist. Oh, and the only living child of Bruce Lee. Aww. Santa Monica. Yep. One kid. Wow, she does a lot of different martial arts too. She's got to be badass. Yeah, well, I don't see anything new on Delphi, and I do not see anything new for Idaho. So now we wait. We just wait. They were such pretty girls too, dear Lord. Yeah, Haley V had a bad toothache, but let me see, because when she sent me the email, she had some interesting stuff that she had put together for us. So I'm like, shoot, damn. But anyway, like, don't worry about it. You feel better. We'll be here. Oh, I'm gonna post this right now on my community page so you guys could see what I mean about. I feel like they're hiding. Like, not hiding. I don't know if Coleman gets death threats because it's only Chris Watts that has, you can see his actual inmate number, like all info on him. Chris Coleman, it says request. You have to request his ID. Look up. Source private. Whereas when you go to Chris's, it's right there. So that doesn't. There's a phone number to call. No, we don't want to go. But it shows good stuff. She sends him the book every week. She sends him the best postcards. Yeah, she really had a hard time. Jesus, I don't know why. It's got to be that he's not safe there. That's all I can think of. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Chris Watts is, but I mean, he is for what this looks like. I mean, I could be wrong, but it looks like he's fine. But Haley sent him a really good photo, a postcard for both of us. It was a good one. Just because he's such a dick. Oh, really? Without it, that's weird. Upside down. Well, we sent it because she found him. And he only goes by Chris Coleman. Whereas Chris Watts goes by Christopher Watts, because those are the only two people she's following. But the site is inmateid.com. And then you take it from there as to who you want to look up. And I know he might not, maybe he doesn't have a job too. Like, maybe he just doesn't have the, like the freedoms. What an asshole. I wonder if Daddy still visits him. His mother passed not too long ago. I wonder. I mean, I don't think I'm trying to think in the book if they even say his name, like his middle name. They might. I'll look. But I love it that she writes every single week to him. It's so rude, and I love it. We sent him pictures this week of, like, Not pictures of what we had for Thanksgiving, and asked him what he had. But I would like to do that to Coleman. Oh, here it is. Okay. So she sent the postcard. It did get confirmed that it was sent to Chris Coleman, shipping to Chris Coleman. And she put, "Hi, Chris. Hi, Chris. They say a picture can speak 1,000 words." And it's a guy holding a middle finger. And she put, "Regards, Rose and Haley." She's out of her mind. Yeah. Postcard confirmation to shipping to Chris Coleman, Dodge. Yeah, well, estimating mailing date 11/21. Oh, I hope he enjoys this postcard. And she sent me one. It's terrible. It's Bella pushing Cece in a wagon, and it's a weird angle. But God, like Cece has bald spots, like somebody was pulling her hair out. I was like, that's disturbing. I wouldn't write. I mean, I would never write to them. I don't want them to. I would never want them to have my address. But it is funny that she freaking did that. He's nuts with it. He's never. I mean, he doesn't care who sends him shit. He don't care. He's never fessing up. That's never gonna happen. What are they do? What's going on here? Oh, I love Australian strength. I freaking love it. It's because we're all jealous, Elizabeth, that you're an Australian. We're not. God, I'm so. How could there be nothing else on on Idaho? I don't know. And the FBI's with them. What are they doing? Like, not one update in 17. That's not good. This is not good. FBI thinking Kaylee Gonzalez was probably the killer's main target. She was so pretty. I wonder if Nicole Kisher shows up in some point. Yeah, I would love it. I would love to see her in, well, I mean, she's prepped for anal before. She's read up on interracial threesome. She's ready. She's ready. You tell her what you need done. She'll be there. It still has her list. It does still have her listing in North Glen, Colorado, because I have been verified, and it still has her there. She has a sister, and it's like her sister, her dad. She has about 8 different jobs that she had. None of them say the one like that she had worked for. It has her most recent phone number. Don't worry, I called today. It went right to voicemail. But I said, hey, it's Rosemary. Give me a call when you get this. Talk soon. She'll be like, do I know her? Oh, God, please let it be you. Because we want to interview you. And we'll be real nice. I told him also. And he's like, she'll never answer. I'm like, yeah, she did it. But I didn't hang up. Rang a long time, though, which was weird. I'm like, I was thinking she just wasn't going to have an email, voicemail, but she did. But yeah, no. And it's an automated one. I'm like, you couldn't even put your own voice, you wuss. Because it says last time updated. Let me find it now. Was August 1st, 2022. And the careers are everything from field manager, Halberton, Colorado State University grading assistant, Schaefer Drywall, Service Prevention Solutions, Beeline Acoustics, Alpine Controls, Badger Creek Apartments, and R.W. Beck. And under that it says position not specified. Will Nicole use them? I don't think she's going to need them. R.W. Beck, no position. What the hell was the name of the geoscience that she worked for? Was that what she worked for? I think it was. She got her bachelor's in geology from Colorado State. She also has just 1 year at Colorado School of Mines in geology and earth science. And then she has an associate's in geology and earth sciences from Community College of Aurora. For assets, it has 4 different cars, which we know she doesn't really have 4 different cars. No, at least I doubt it. Social media has her on linked. And then, like I said, her relatives are just Dwayne, her mom Barbara, Garcia, Daryl Kessinger, Dean Kessinger. A lot of Kessingers here that I've never heard of. And she does have, she has one sister, Molson said. What the hell's her name? Stephanie Ray. Yeah, me too. John, we gotta talk. Well, let's talk, John. The bikini was brown. Come on, Kevin. We all know that, and it was ugly as a hell. Her ass. It's going down roller Nicole. She's hiding in plain sight. We know it. When you go to Shenan's, it does show her bankruptcy. Chapter 7. Yeah, it does show it. Chris. Jesus, Shanann had 14 different social media websites. Oh my God.
God's sakes. Let me see when I go to our mother's what it shows here. Jesus, her mother is only 58. Wow, oof, that that kills her. That murder. And her mother had won bankruptcy too. Chapter 7, her and Frank and Sandy. So that was their life. Like, that wasn't anything really out of the ordinary. It's taken a long time to pull up Sandy's. Surprise. Oh, here it is. Not Sandy, Junior. I want to see Junior has any assets. Oh, 6 assets. I'm sure Junior. Let's see if Junior works. BJ's Wholesale, TSW Tire, Time Warner Cable, Penske. He doesn't work at any of those anymore. Who's he kidding? Associates, Chris Watts. I'm sure. That's got to be hard for them all. That like Chris is still listed as one of their relatives too. Ugh. Yuck. Hi, Moy Moy. Yeah, we're just almost getting ready to go off. I came on late for the moment, not really for the moment. Just talking about our next book, Shattered, and did a little Betty Broderick story that one of my friends who's an author wrote. So we did that. And what else? Just talking the Idaho massacres and Delphi, because we're all right now kind of fixated on those two more than anything else. Those are the two. But everybody just started going to bed. I'm happy you found us. I'm going to do a couple lives this week. One with Haley V, and then I'm going to do my book read. I'm going to do a poll though tomorrow to see what day works best for the book read too, which like we want to wait until like us Friday or Saturday nights I think are good for the book read. So maybe I could do the collab coolest reviews during the week on that crazy psycho in jail who sings, the one that killed a guy and became best friends with his mom. So I could probably do that during the week. And then the book, once we start reading, it kind of like, you don't want to stop. So I may wait then. Because I know that's just what happens to me. I just went to I thought you might have a channel. I was going to subscribe on mine. I like it. Get the fuck off my channel. That's right. Get the fuck off my channel. Nicole versus Debbie in Dallas. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm sorry, guys. I wouldn't put anything past her. We know she has the moral compass, of a slot. She doesn't. So, yeah, I don't for 1 second believe that she wouldn't do it if she truly needed the money. Who knows? Otherwise, she's
for there to be no pictures, dyed her hair or moved, because I just don't think she moved, because I think she was so dependent on her family that I just don't see her moving. But what do we know? What the hell do we know? I really hope that downtown, he deserves to be any of their bitches. No, you could have kept. He deserves it. But I definitely believe he is under a much more security umbrella than Chris, for the fact that it says you have to request his inmate number. And why they ended up putting him there too was for his own safety, which again, like Delphi, pissed me off. You're gonna move people around 2 and 3 times. Why? Hang on, great. I got my phone in my hand, but hang on. I'm letting the dog on the porch. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. All right, I'm back. 2 Shih Tzus. They didn't want to come in. I know. I'm so happy everybody came. My God, there's still 15 people here. Jesus, it's 7 a.m. Well, hopefully Haley's toothache will be gone, and probably it would be late afternoon for me and like evening for her, just to go over the Coleman, if she found anything else out, and just to kind of go back and talk about Idaho and Delphi, and then we'll do a poll tomorrow. Actually, I'll put the poll out today to see what day works best for everybody for us to start reading Shattered, and that's what we'll do because it looks good. And by then also have talked to Kathleen, and I will get my hands on all those autopsies from Natalie. Well, that's going to blow your mind because I know how you guys are. So until then, I want everybody now to go and either start your day or hop in bed under the blanket, put something good on TV, and just chill out, relax. Christmas is almost here. It's going to get crazy. I will. I got a couple things I'm going to ask her downtown. Don't you worry. I'll do it on the air. We'll have some fun with it. Yes, when we do a private, we'll do it on the air. I love it. I love you. I love you guys. I love all of you here. I love you so. Let me see. Make sure. I know Madonna had to go. I bet Kevin fell asleep because morning. They were all here. Everybody was here. We had a good night. The others could replay because I know they'll like to hear the Broderick story. All right. So we will then, if Haley's better, we'll talk a little bit later tonight, whoever's around. And if not, just look out for the poll, and then just let me know what night for everybody you guys would want to start reading the book, because it is juicy and it's long. It's not huge, but it's a pretty big book. So I'm excited. I'm not going to read it, like I said, until I read it with you guys. So I'll put that poll out after I lay down and take a little snooze. So it'll be under my community tab. All right. Oh, Calvin, we're just getting off, but we're going to be back on either later this afternoon or definitely this week. I have a new book we're going to read. But I'm happy you're here, so I can say I love you, and we're so happy you're here, and we love you, and you know that. Thank you, Mark. Love ya. I'm so happy I got to see everybody. But yeah, I'm tired from my cousin's party, and I'm feeling a little emotional. So, what did I just do? So now I'm going to have some breakfast, and then I'm going to just, I don't know, I'll have to see what I'm going to watch. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not watching. If I put YouTube on, I'll be up all morning. I think I'll watch some of The Watcher. And then, yeah, and we could talk. We'll, love you guys. We'll talk about making that call, because it says it right on his highest confidence number listed as of August 2022. So we could play around. I could pretend I'm many things. We'll have fun. We'll do it in private with our members, and we'll have a blast. All right, guys, go ahead. Go relax. Love you guys. If you'd like, please be a member. Like I said, I did it. I mean, very, I'm if there's options for everybody, but I really just want it for the privacy for when we do read our book clubs, that we can say what we want, and it's just more intimate. So, and please watch Killer Sally on Netflix if you have not, because you guys will love it. I'm getting a cold now too, which is a little odd. So I will see you guys. I'll talk, if not tomorrow, later tonight, definitely by the middle of the week. All right. Go relax, guys. Love you. Bye.